Morning, everybody. We've been out here. We started out today. We thought we was going to suspend drift. Yesterday, the dam had some water flowing through it, so we thought we'd be able to drift. But the water has slowed way down, and basically there's no current, no flow. So we're sitting on the Ohio Lake today. Uh, so we started dragging. We started dragging upriver. First pass, we've only been out for about an hour. First pass, we drug upriver and caught 6 fish. And we actually got to the end of our drag. We're turning around now, and we're going to start dragging downriver. Most of the action came towards the bank, towards the ledge. So we kind of moved the boat over that way, and we're going to try to run up it again.
You know, you're going to have to explain that again, right?
Probably.
After everybody gets in here. Miss Nina says, y'all have fun.
Thank you, Nina.
And there's Size Matters. How you doing?
We may not have.
He says, good luck.
We're using chicken and bluegill.
There's Mr. Mike Greenwell. He says, morning, everybody. Hi there, Mr. Mike.
What's up, Mikey?
There's Buckeye Catfishing. How you doing, Mr. Buck?
What's up, Jim?
Mr. Jim.
There's a Facebook user that says, what's up, guys? Catch the big fish, Roger and Zach?
Jim's a Marine, too.
Oh, Buckeye?
Yep.
Oh, and there he goes. He says Semper Fi.
Semper Fi, Marines.
And there's another, I don't know if it's the same Facebook user or a different Facebook user, but said catch a biggin.
We would love to do that. That's our goal today.
Buckeye says sitting in a motel room in Chauncey. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce that place.
Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one.
Clip version of it, I guess.
Okay, there we go then. I didn't know that. There's Mr. Robert Linton. He says, hi, Roger and Zach. Good luck, guys.
Hey, thanks, Robert, buddy. That's Ian's buddy. That's Ian's fishing buddy right there, buddy. Right there.
Okay, Mr. Tipton.
Yes.
There's Mr. NJ Fishing Maniac. How you doing, Mark?
What's up, Mark? Mark, are you out fishing?
Well, he did say fish on, but I'm not sure if he's, wishful thinking right now or if he's out fishing. He'll have to tell us. Yeah, Buckeye says Cincinnati. I have to learn all y'all's all the different states lingo as far as if you call something. There's Miss Tyra. She says, I want to know why I'm not there.
Hey, we're using your weights.
Dragging dirty, baby.
Dragging dirty. It's our favorite ones.
And how you doing, Miss Tyra? The other Facebook user said, Tyra, me too. Roger, there's your brother, Mr. Tim. How you doing?
Morning, buddy.
And Miss Tyra says she appreciates the support.
Always.
It's easy to support something you believe in.
No, that's right. She said, I'm trying to wake up. I was in bed for about 18 hours. Wow. Is everything okay, Miss Tyra? Are you feeling okay? Or are you just really tired?
She works a lot of hours, and then she goes home and works some more.
So she's just really tired.
Probably.
Dreadneck says he's working at the creek.
Oh, okay. Put the bubbles back behind us here.
There's Mr. Martin in the house. How you doing, Mr. Martin?
I think we're having to over part of it. Yeah, we're doing 1 mile an hour, man.
Uncle Lou playing the board. Uncle Lou rides.
Oh, I see, Miss Tyra. She says, I did 3 shifts, slept about 5 hours in 3 days.
Yeah, but she runs herself to death.
Well, I hope y'all rested up now, girl.
I only go. Yeah, we may have more comfort.
There's Mr. Chad, feels to water, or at least there's his eyeballs. How you doing, Mr. Chad?
I see you.
Miss Tyra says she has no choice. She says, I got this. I know how you feel, girl.
Well, no, it's not flowing out like it was.
I say the same thing. I got this.
All right. Chicken out. Piece of chicken out there.
I know sleep, because I do the same thing. I know sleep is vital for our health and everything, but sometimes we just don't have a choice. There's Mr. Rustic Outdoors in the house. How you doing, Mr. Dave? He said, let's go, Muskrat.
We're trying to go.
There's Mr. Anthony in the house. Yak Shore Outdoors. How you doing?
What's up, Anthony?
Mr. Chad says, I'm tired. Glad it's Friday. Hoping for a good day at work. And happy Friday, everybody. Oh, I know that's right, girl. She says, Miss Tyra says exactly. Ladies like to run themselves to death. It's because we don't give up. There's Mr. Douglas Fletcher. How you doing, Mr. Douglas?
Good morning.
And of course, y'all, everybody I think already knows that's coming in that that's Mr. Zach out there on the boat. Actually, it's Absolutely. Mr. Zach. So I said, I'm pretty sure everybody knows that.
Well, we're kind of twofold. We got the kids tournament all weekend, so I'm not going to be able to do any fishing. And then Zach is actually taking one of his buddies from work. Wants to take his daughter out for this event. So it's kind of pre-fishing to see what the fisher, see what's going on, so he can put a good game plan together for the kid.
And I'm really looking forward to that.
Me too.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna run over here and I'm gonna grab the link because I'm gonna drop it during the stream.
Sure.
And And there's Ripping Lips Fishing. Says, good morning, gentlemen. Hope y'all catch some biggins.
Sort of. That's what I was wondering. That's exactly what I was.
I wonder if that's Chris Wallace. Ripping Lips. Oh, it might be. No, Claude also is Ripping Lips. I think he's got Ripping Lips channel.
Bud's got it on the side of his truck.
Yeah,
It is Ripping Lips.
the whole side of his truck says Ripping Lips. We say thank you to whoever it is.
All right.
I got greedy. I went with 3 boards.
I didn't see.
Oh, did you? I didn't see the last one. I was like, all right. So here's what we got going on. I know a couple people were in here when I started this, but we came out this morning to suspend drift, and that was our plan. However, there's like no flow, and the wind is blowing straight upriver. So what little bit of flow you do have, the boat just won't go anywhere. So we laid a track down and we drug baits upriver against the current, which there was hardly any current anyway. And we caught 6 fish in our first pass. And but all the fish, well, pretty much all the fish came from the bank side. There's a ledge there, and it's a little bit shallower as well. And there's some structure down through there, and I believe that's where the mussels are. And so we got to the end, and we turned the boat around. Now we're going with the current or flow, and going back downriver, making the same pass, except we moved the boat over a little bit closer to the bank to try to stay in the strike zone.
For ground speed.
Where
Probably about the same. Or right.
And yes, that is Mr. Clyde.
he said, "It's me, Claude." That's what I thought. I figured that's who it was. Claude's been out doing some night fishing here lately. He's been catching some fish.
Deal.
It is a lot chillier this morning than what we expected. We got here, it's like 50 degrees, and then it's got a breeze going with it. It's chilly out here.
Chilly schmilly.
50. Got a barge coming way downriver.
There's Mr. Chris M in the house. He said, good luck, you guys.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate
Mr.
you.
Nubby's Catfishing says, good morning, y'all.
I don't know if anybody else is out fishing this morning. If so, I can send them a link if they want to hop up on here. Be more than happy to share the more people fishing, be better. I'm expecting the Zach side of the boat to get hammered. I don't know where we are compared to the track we had.
Offset a little bit. Probably the rod straight out the back would be lined right up with where your boards were, pretty much that area. Got a barge coming down. It's in front of us. It's down there a couple miles or better. We shouldn't be in his way.
And y'all, I dropped the link to the kids catfishing for kids to day one. Catfishing for kids. Catfishing for kids.
That's a good one.
Day one. So y'all make sure you set your reminders for it.
Sure.
Look where it's at.
There's Mr. Richard fishing in
Right,
freedom. He
out.
says, I'm fishing in my mind, but my body's at
There's
work.
a lot of fish down through here. Look at all that.
Yeah.
We're marking. We just went through a little area here. It's got all kinds of fish. I'm not sure what they are because they're on side imaging, but there's fish. There's a lot of them, but they're decent size or whatever they are. They're not like bait.
Gooder. They're gooder fish.
Yeah, they're catchable size anyway.
Mr. Richard, you want me to send you the link for your mind? See what all you catch up there?
There's NJ. Mark, if you're out fishing this morning, I'll send you a link if you want to hop up on here.
You know, I don't think he ever said if he was out fishing or not.
I think he just said good morning, y'all. He might have stepped away.
Mr. Robert wants to know, what pool are you fishing today?
Meldal.
Fishing the Meldal pool.
Say that one more time.
Meldal.
Meldal.
Yeah. Several miles below the dam where you normally see us at. Same pool. So if you guys watched Tara last night on Fields to Water, she was talking about how if they go above the dam, it's like dead water. There's no fish in that pool, no fish in that area. The end of our pool is the beginning of their pool. So we're in the same pool that they fish when they go on the upside of the dam.
Okay. Mr. Fishing and Freedom said, yes, please. So I'm going to send you the link. You can let us up in your head.
Okay.
NJ says, thanks, Roger. Appreciate it, man. But no fishing today for me. I'm here to hang out and good luck.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, we'll let you hang.
Hang on.
And we're so glad you're here. Well, I'm not sure how to Fishing and Freedom says male dog. Maledol. I'm not sure how to spell it. I just kind of spelt it Maildahl.
Not
MELD
HAL.
HAL. Yeah, I knew there was an H in there somewhere.
Meldhal.
Yep.
Meldal.
Meldal.
No.
We're in the Meldal pool.
Meldhal. There we go. Meldal. Okay, that's close.
Oh, come on, bro.
Pronounce Meldal. Yeah, Meldal. There we go. They're pronouncing it for me.
Yeah.
Meldal. That's as close as I'm going to get anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, Chad got it right.
Yep. Mr. Chris says, hope all goes perfect.
Thank you. We're off to a good start. Of course, we turned the camera on, so that might change.
Oh, that has nothing to do with it.
I know, but
It's not like the fish are shy or anything.
we got into there for a few minutes, man. It was fish on, fish on, fish on. We got like 3 fish within like 5-6 minutes.
There's Mr. Brian in the house.
Brian B, what the heck's going on in here?
He always says that. He really needs to start keeping that.
Brian B, hey, he's a channel member as well. Thanks for the support. We caught some fishes this morning. We're dragging baits. We made one pass dragging upriver. We got to the end. We caught 6 fish on first pass. So we flipped the boat around. Now we're going with the current, which there's hardly any current. I mean, the wind's blowing directly upriver, so you can't even really gauge if there's flow because the boat won't move. The wind's blowing the boat upriver faster than the current's taking it down.
You know,
Right now we're dragging.
Looking for channel members. I'll make sure I start doing that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Dragging downriver is actually the preferred way. That's the most natural presentation. You got to think when the water flows and trees and things, they lay down this way, you know, so you're dragging your baits across limbs where if you go on the other way, and the branches are there and you try to drag into them, that's when you start getting hung up and get, a lot of snags. So the dragging down river with the flow is the most natural presentation and less chance of getting hung up. But we got Dirty South dragging weights. And we drag up river, down river. We can go wherever the heck we want. We ain't afraid to buy more.
There's Mr. Trey Stroop in the house. He says, "What's up, Roger?"
What's up, Trey? Let's see if we can get some more fishes in the boat. We got a combination of bluegill and chicken. So it's kind of been 50-50. We caught a couple on chicken and caught a couple on cut bluegill. I got a live bluegill been dragging around back here. Nobody seems to be interested in him, but I'm going to keep chugging him along anyway. We got some monster bluegill in this tank. Oh, it's on.
I saw that rod. Did y'all see that rod holder shake?
I don't think he's there. He is. He ain't there.
He ain't there. He got off.
Well, that was kind of rude of him.
It was.
I mean, what was he thinking? I know what he was thinking. He's like, I'm free.
Chicken.
His own chicken.
Oh, good job. Oh, yeah, even better.
I think all I got left on there is a skin.
And y'all don't ever do anything to your chicken, right?
Nope.
I mean, I have, and I do sometimes, but
You gonna leave that piece on there and add to it?
no. I should have. Good for you. Oh, yeah.
I just if it's gonna leave out a piece on, I was gonna make it a tiny bit smaller.
Mr. Mike Greenwell wants to know, Roger, what is your top river current speed that you will drag baits at? Your top river current speed that you'll drag baits at?
Probably 0.3 to 0.3 to 0.5 is this 0.5 will suspend drift.
Yeah, if you got enough current, we'll just suspend drift and actually, yeah, probably 0.5.
Brian B says that was a trick question.
Because if we got like 0.6, 0.7, we'll still drift and we'll slow the boat down and we'll still use boards. Of course, the boards it'll pull the boards out. And we can, you suspend baits off the boards. That's really one of our favorite ways. And when we do that, we're usually bumping at the same time too. Let's see, we need to go to
Mr. Greenwell says, same. Some guys will drag baits at 1 mile per hour river current. I don't see an advantage in that myself. I'd rather be suspend drifting.
Yeah, we're the same way. We'll suspend drift. Like Zach said, one of our favorite things to do is slow the boat down just a little bit. That's the great thing about the Uncle Lou's planter boards. They only need about 0.3 and they'll pull out just fine. So we only have to slow down 0.3 to 0.5 more than whatever the current speed is, and they'll work. Then we just suspend the baits right underneath of those, and they spread out, and then covering a lot of water, presenting your bait in front of a lot of fish, increasing your odds.
I haven't ever really used a whole lot of chicken, for bait as far as, I mean, I'd use like gizzards and stuff like that.
Right.
because like way back in the day, obviously, you know, we weren't wasting chicken.
Right.
But my grandpa, and what I've done with my grandpa, he always taught me that he would put his with Hormel chili. Yep, that's
I
what
don't
he
know
did.
about that.
He put it in a bait. I'm telling you, he caught them left and right. But he put
Channel
them.
cats?
Well, yeller
Probably.
cats. Yeller cats. That's what we have a lot of. I mean, I guess channels if you were going to go in a little small tank or something, but out there on the lake, he would usually catch yeller cats.
I have caught a couple flatheads on chicken, but it's not the preferred bait. The odds are far less around here anyway. And chicken, we only usually start using chicken around June. Yeah, when the water hits about 75 degrees, then chicken seems to work here. I know some people use it all year long, but for here, it seems like once they really start moving in on the mussel beds, you get chicken around mussel beds, and it's pretty productive.
Yeah, that's why I say here. I mean, it's really just not, or just never had really a use to use it. I said, except for like maybe gizzards or something, if you're gonna be out there to tank or something like that. Facebook user says, "Wish we could fish the Mississippi like that."
Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know where. I mean, there are areas that depends on what pools you're on. I mean, I've been all the way up by Keokuk, and there's like no flow. You know, I could have drug baits there.
I think I heard Mr. Danny say that this year was even going to be even lower than last year. Even
That's what Jeremy said too.
Yeah, Jeremy said that's what they're reporting.
there's Super Smurf Eric in the house. How you doing, Mr. Eric? He said Greenwell versus the Rudolph Red versus Green.
What?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Greenwell versus the Rudolph Red versus Green. Greenwell versus the Rudolph Red versus Green.
Okay.
I think that's what he's meaning.
I don't really know what that last part of it. Red green. Red green TV show. Canadian TV show.
I got some new snacks on the boat today. Bacon and smoked almonds. We've already been digging into
I
them.
really didn't taste the bacon
It's
so much as the smoke. So they're good.
Yeah.
Very good. It's jumping over there.
I love those almonds. Mr. Greenwell says, Eric, drugs are bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
Okay.
Fishing and Freedom says, yep, river is already at 5 foot here. Doubt I can even launch. Ramp will be out of water soon. He says normally 15 to 20 feet.
Wow. Yeah, that's rough.
And Mr. Eric says Mike and David versus Curtis and Eric.
There you go.
We're going,
Brothers versus brothers.
we're going just a tiny bit faster than the current. Because look at my line. That's an 8 ounce. It's going back a tiny bit.
Yeah.
They're going faster than the current. Just by a smidgen.
There's Mr. Captain Fish is in the house. How you doing, Mr. Captain?
What's up, Kevin?
And you can see the bubble. We're going past the bubbles too. Probably.
We got a few tricks up our sleeve today. We got
we might be able to drift with a 6, like 2 big.
There's Mr. Brandon, Catfish and Drains. He says, "Good morning, Cat Fam." He's listening while he's working.
I appreciate that.
I'm starting to feel some warmth on my back from the sun. Starting to thaw me out a little bit.
Well, here, you can have some of mine.
Well, we showed up at the boat ramp in shorts and t-shirts this morning.
That's why we got the rain gear on. It ain't raining. We're just chilly. Like, I'm putting my pants on. I'm glad I did.
Because it got colder because we got to the ramp early.
Mr. Captain says, "Doing good this morning, eating a sausage biscuit, drinking coffee, and listening in."
Coffee sure sounds good right now.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Captain, do you put anything on your sausage biscuit? Like any kind of condiment? Any kind of condiments, I mean?
Condoms? Why would you want a condom on your dip?
Yeah, you might have baby sausages or something. Gotta keep them in shape. I just want to see if he puts anything on them.
A lot of people put mustard on them.
Yeah, I like mustard on a sausage biscuit.
Yeah, my daddy, he loved mustard on sausage biscuits.
Biscuits and mustard.
Yeah. There's Mr. Lee, Uncle Lou in the house.
Uncle Lou.
He says the Mighty Missouri is gonna end up that way. Also, if they don't start releasing us some water, ramp was down to 2 feet this morning launching.
Oh wow! You out on the water, Uncle Lou? You can jump up here and join me on screen.
Yeah, we got all 6 of his boards out here behind us, fishing poles and everything else.
Yeah, we're dragging Uncle Lou's boards with Uncle Lou's rods. You too can have Uncle Lou.
Mr. Captain says nothing on his biscuit other than sausage. And MJ says Roger wants to burst out laughing, LOL.
I'm trying to contain myself.
That's one thing we do on here, though. We love to laugh. Catfish and Dream says Roger and Zach heard the KYDNR is going to be making an announcement about new regulations versus commercial fishing.
Yep,
Awesome.
I've heard that, but I believe it when I see it. But I have heard it from a couple different sources now that they're getting ready to roll some stuff out. I also heard they got undercover boats out there patrolling and watching for violators. I don't know if I believe that or not, but any help towards the conservation of these fish is going to help.
Right kind of conservation, or right kind of rules and regulations.
Right.
They might be putting rules out there to help out the commercial guys for all we know.
Yeah.
We don't know until it comes out. They don't have a good track record in Kentucky right now.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Big old barge.
Uncle Lou said the lightning ran us off a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Dreadneck says Paint Creek is super low right now. Any lower and will be closed.
Yeah, he works for a kayak and canoe company that people rent kayaks and all that. They shuttle them and drop them off at the library. And if you don't have any flow, nobody wants to paddle for 8 hours. They want to float and drift.
And Miss Tyra says, tell Roger, I've got it up on screen. Tell Roger I talked to PJ Kirker. Trophy Cat-tacular is also helping with the kids event.
Awesome. Yeah, I need to know what everybody's doing. I've actually got my notebook with me. I was going to work on today. I'm putting together the prize packages for each place. I've got six places, big fish, small fish, and most fish. and I got 2 age categories, so 1 to 9 and 10 to 16. So I need 6 prizes, but I know we've got 6 prizes, but I'm putting things together, to see who gets what and where before they win. You know what I mean? I don't want anybody to say, "Oh, so and so got it because that's his friend."
And she just said, I got it up on screen too. I got 50 bait tails for you.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
Are those like the ones that they did before, Joey and them? The catfishing for kids emblems on them, or are they? You can message me private. You don't have to, if you want.
Mr. Greenwell said the way they've been out shocking, the new regulations could be worse for us.
Yeah, I've seen some videos where they've been shocking up some fish, and I know they tagged a few. But yeah, I'm not, like I said, until it's out, who knows? And passing a new law or rule or regulation is only half the battle. Enforcing it's the other. They haven't had enough officers to.
Well, the ones they got, I know the one local one here, he was actually doing and saying things that looked like he was favoring the commercial guys. So, I don't know.
Now there are
She also said she's got dragon weights also.
Sweet.
I know our Ohio game wardens in this area, hats off to them. They do a great job. They do what they can do.
Yeah.
They're making they're very active. You don't see them sitting around their trucks doing nothing. I mean, they're out doing stuff all the time. Talking with boaters and
that's the thing. They interact with the public a lot.
And not that they're out there being, stiff-necked about everything either. They're out actually, good interaction with the community.
Uncle Lou says, I need to know how the heck you guys keep them dang skipjack hooked up. I found a dike piled, but then sobs kept popping off at boat.
Sobs.
You get about 1 out of 3 in the boat.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. Braid seems to be the big ticket, and a stiffer rod. You don't want one real flimsy. And when you get it close, it's like one continuous motion. You lift and swing it into the boat in one motion.
And if it touches the boat before it's off.
Yep. And they are hard. They're hard.
On our sabiki rigs, we started using a little bit bigger hook, and that seemed to help.
Yeah.
The reason we've done that because on our spoons, our Foley spoons, it seemed like you get a better hook up, you get them in the boat better and all that stuff, but they have a bigger hook on them, and I figured that was why. So we started, our sabikis that we use have at least a number 4 hook on them. Mm-hmm. And that seems to help a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's Mr. Bill Warpig in the house. He said, break time. He said, bite on.
Yeah.
Since we turned around, we ain't put a fish in the boat.
I had one takedown a minute ago.
Going with the current is not working as well as going against the current so far.
And Miss Tyler says they're the Dirty South ones.
Okay. Well, that's fantastic. That is fantastic.
Now, we're dragging right now, especially on my side of the boat over here. In the past, we would not do this here because there's so many rocks and stuff over there. And we'd get hung up, lose all kinds of gear. But with these Dirty South weights, we don't have that. I mean, they don't get hung up as bad as some of the other brands that we've used and stuff. So we're real happy with it. We'll go. It seems like, we do a lot more dragging now. And questionable areas, just because we have more confidence in the gear that they won't get hung up as easy.
Right.
Mr. Greenwell says they gonna go in an area, pull a pig out, and say river's turning around. So let's ease the regs on the river.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that Kevin Walters posted a video. They shocked a 63, I think, down by the Manchester pool, and released it. But yeah, I don't know, what the biologists, how they determine if something's good or bad, or inclining or declining. I don't know.
Mr. Warpig says next they'll be netting turkeys and letting people charge to shoot them. No difference to me. It's just wrong.
Yep.
Yep. Tie them up to a stake, let them go out and shoot them. That's what it's like, the pay lake,
I can't go catch a wild deer and go tie it up and let somebody pay me to come shoot it. That's government property, basically. That's why you got to buy tags and rules and regulations and licenses.
I used to raise deer.
Well, I mean,
I had about 40 of them here. They were all fat.
Our next door neighbor used to raised a couple deer in their barn. He was friends with the game warden, and when they'd find babies that, the mother got hit and stuff, he had several places he could take them to, and that was one of them. And so we got to watch some deer go from infant to, an adult. And the difference between a buck and a doe, the way that the aggressiveness and stuff, the bucks, my goodness, you couldn't keep them in that barn very long, because they, as soon as they, not even a year old, buddy, they are just so aggressive. Now the females, nothing like that. They'd hang out, you turn them loose, and they just hang around the house forever.
Yeah. This is definitely good. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if we're
going a little faster. We're going with the current. But we're actually seeing a lot more fish here. I wouldn't mind going
back and dragging up again.
Yeah.
We should have laid a track while we're doing this. I don't know if you can while you're doing jumping hopscotch.
We're actually
we're on the same track.
Right now we are.
And Pay Lake fishing at its finest. If you're in here to promote Pay Lakes, then you probably ain't going to want to stay.
Oh, no. No, we don't promote it. We try to do our best to raise awareness and conservation. Some guys just don't even realize and don't understand. I was that guy at one point. I went and fished Pay Lakes with my buddies, and then, I was educated on where they got the fish and what was happening. I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. And so I quit and got out of that and started catching them myself on the river. I don't need nobody to go catch the fish for me and go put it in a bucket so I can catch it. That's what we do to children.
Warpig says Pay Lake should be personally growing their own fish.
I agree.
Yeah. Or coming from hatcheries or things that's what their reproduction is for, which there are some places that do that. They buy from hatcheries and, farm raised fish. But that's not where the big money is at. The big money is in the big fish, and they come from the river.
And it takes so long to get a big fish like that. I mean, we're not talking 3 or 4 years. We're talking, a decade, stuff like that, to get a big fish. Some of them are even older than that.
There's Mr. Darrell, Trophy Seekers Outdoors. How you doing, Mr. Darrell? And happy anniversary to you and the missus.
What's up, Darrell? I'm ready. Switch gears.
We didn't get any action down here. This far down. Just turn it back around. Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, no kidding. I was talking.
Well, we're going faster.
Yeah.
Warpig says natural resource is a natural resource, public property.
That's right. Yeah, I can't remember what the fine is. It's a hefty fine if you capture a deer and then try to keep it as a pet. Yeah, big fine for that.
Well, as I said, we raised them, but we didn't. Honestly, we didn't have them very long, and because they were so skittish that you couldn't do nothing with them. Of course, we raised all kinds of exotic animals, but I said you couldn't do nothing, so we turned them out on somebody's property, so they could just roam. Fishing and Freedom says, no sport in catching a starving fish in a puddle. If you can't catch one in the wild, take up golf.
Yeah, I like the way you talk, Richard.
Hey there, Mr. Guerrero Bog Gray. How you doing?
Guerrero. All right, so we're going to go back. We're going to switch gears. So we tried dragging downriver, but in order to get our boards to pull out and get a little bit of distance between our baits, we were going 1 mile an hour, 1.2 mile an hour. We only had one takedown, so we'll flip the boat around, do what we did earlier that worked. Yeah.
Fishing for Freedom says, I can't go on public land and start logging for profit. Why can they go on public water and take a resource for profit? Oh, man, Fishing for Freedom. Mr. Richard, I've got land in East Texas, as well as Arkansas. And, man, we found out that somebody went on, just because you said that, somebody went on there and clear cut all of it without our knowledge.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and it was full of oak trees and, gorgeous trees. And, yep, they went and clear cut it. And, of course, it only takes, a split second for them to go in and clear cut. And, yeah, man, we were livid. Somebody profited on all that, and plus, as I said, it's, golly, it was so beautiful. But this has been a while back, but we had to get some stuff put back on it. But yeah, Fields to Water, he posted a YouTube link where it says the page here shows you all you need to know about why it's wrong.
Yep, I saw that video.
And Monster Blue Dam, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. They are on the Meldal Dam.
We're in the Meldal Pool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't write that. Meldal Pool. Up on the Ohio. I think I said that because earlier somebody typed in the word dam in there.
Yeah, Chad did. Mr. Live Bluegill down there, happy as could be.
Mr. Guerrero said landed and bait. Right now, for their bait right now, they're using chicken and bluegill. I'm not sure what you mean by landed. Oh, maybe how many fish are landed right now? Maybe that's what he meant. Before the stream, they got 6 of them.
This will get us closer to the bank. Pass. It'd be just like our other passes. I'm going to jump and wait for this one.
Yeah, before the stream, they brought 6 of them. Look at that big old bluegill.
That's actually one of the small ones in there.
Yeah, you should see what we got into the other night. Awful mess of big bluegill. There was a lot of 1-pounders in there. A lot. Probably 50.
Man, I'd love to catch some of those size. Ours here don't get that big. Trophy Seeker says, "Hey man, see the size of that chicken?" Size Matcher says, "I like cooking my live bait in the middle back area."
Depends if they got current or if we're dragging.
Yeah, if you're dragging them, we like to hook them in the face somewhere in the lip. That way they're pointed the right way and all that stuff. Hook them in the tail, they end up dying because they dragging the weight, the water through their gills backwards.
We're going.
Yep, you're steady. We're steady.
Let's do it.
I got
Rock
to sell.
steady. Rock steady. Rock steady. 80, 80, 80. Mr. Eric says, "Roger, we miss Skip, buddy." Mr. Skip was actually in the chat the other night during the show. Mr. Captain Fishes says, "Big bluegill are good eating." Boy, I tell you, aren't they? He goes, "I almost hate to use them for bait." That's how I feel about crappie. All these people that use crappie for bait, and I'm going, "Oh, good gracious, no." Size Mattress says, "Makes perfect sense, guys. Great info. Thanks." You know, talking about the live bait, you know, where to hook it.
Oh yeah.
There's Uncle Jeep in the house. How you doing, Mr. Jeep? I know, right, Mr. Kitten? He says, "I never use crappie for bait. That's almost sacrilegious." How can you just take something so delectable and decide to feed it to a fish?
Fish eat fish.
Yeah, but that's their own doing down there, not you doing it. I mean, I get it. I understand why, I understand why people do it,
Those are pretty purple boards. Those are awesome. I love that purple. That's my favorite. Uncle Lou ever gets some purple rods in, I'll have some more purple rods to go with my purple board.
Does he expect to have any here soon?
They had some supplier issues.
Oh, I see. Mr. Captain, what's your favorite way to fix crappie?
Great.
In grease.
Disco.
A little bit.
I think we might need this up. It's got both sides.
Good old fried crappie and good old homemade hush puppers and good old taters.
Oh. All right, now we got everything out. Rod's back out. We're dragging against the current I see we drove for a good long ways, but we really didn't start catching fish until we got to a certain point. So instead of going clear back to the beginning, we started midway. We're just going to try to come through that zone that we picked up all the fish at earlier. If that don't
There's
work, we'll do something else.
Or go somewhere else.
There's Mr. Jeremy Bolin in the house.
What's up, Jeremy? Try to keep my big head out of the way. Hopefully see one of these rods double over. Something about watching a planer board take off skiing across the water, just
Pretty exciting.
it's just exciting. It's that or the suspended. We both have a suspended rod off the side of the boat, just out of view of the camera. When that bugger doubles over 4 eyes deep, yeah, that's exciting.
Game on.
I think it's all exciting.
See some of those.
Pork rinds coming up. Got the cheese cubes too.
Ooh, break them out. That sounds even better than the grind right now.
I cleaned out the fridge this morning. Right. I picked up some groceries the other day, but I ain't been home to eat them. So
What do you have besides the pork rind?
some cheddar cheese cubes,
Oh, okay.
just Walmart cubed mild cheddar.
A little half-inch cube.
I guess some
Okay.
extra sharp cheddar if they had it. That's my favorite.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about the cubes or those cheese curds.
Got bored. Hung up. Nope. They came out.
And Mr. Jeremy says nothing much, just fishing. Well, Mr. Jeremy, if you're out there fishing now, we can send you the link if you'd like to come on up here and fish with us.
Absolutely. More the merrier. I didn't even look at the wind today. I thought it wasn't really supposed to melt much.
Y'all, I just put the link. Y'all make sure to set your reminders for the Catfishing for Kids tournament this Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time right here on Muskrat Adventures.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. We got a lot of new kids in it this year, which I love to see. Different kids getting into it, introducing more and more kids fishing, and hopefully having fun on camera. I know one of the kids. They asked them if they wanted to do it. They said, "We're going to be on TV." They might be on somebody's TV.
Mr. Jeep says, awesome. Looking forward to it. I know. I look forward to this one every year. This one and a Halloween one.
Yeah, I love the Halloween one.
I like Halloween, though.
I was gonna say, I think it's just an excuse for me to dress up. We used to do a lot of Halloween parties and stuff.
I enjoyed doing those, the little Halloween stories. This past, it's the first time I've done, the little Halloween stories.
They were well done.
There's Miss Lisa Elliott in the house. How you doing, girl?
Yeah, we'll check that out.
Just drag like we're doing here.
And Mr. Eric says, go, Mace Dog, go.
Yep, Mason will be fishing tomorrow. Here, I got my note. Let me finish my pork rind. I got my notebook with me to who's all fishing each day. Saturday's full, but Sunday still got a couple spots.
There's Cold Creek Catfishing Billy. He says, my grandson is here now, ready to go. He's wanting to get his stuff ready now.
I love that. Reminds me of myself when I was a kid. I drive my dad crazy.
I still did that even until the day passed. I was always driving my daddy crazy. Uncle Jeep says, well, if we give the Fish Magician 2.0 a shave and a haircut, can he join the kids' tourney? He looks 15 after he's been cleaned up. There's Mr. Chris El Gato Azul TV. He says, what's up, slime dogs?
What's up, buddy?
There's Mr. Chris Souders in the house. He says, what's the scoop?
Well, Zach, give him the scoop. Chris Souders asked, what's the scoop? No flow.
There is like no flow out here, hardly. There's very, very little flow. And with the little breeze that we got, you will actually go upriver right now. So we are dragging boards against current at 0.4 mile an hour. This is our second pass. And the first pass, we got 6 fish. So we're making another pass doing the same thing, except we shifted over. This time we are straddling the ledge and putting some boards over there on top of the ledge and some out towards the center, and then our lines out the back are pretty much going right down the ledge. And so far this pass, we haven't had any action. So hopefully it'll turn around here.
There's no hopefully, it's gonna.
We're going to go try us another spot after this, because we're scouting for the kids tournament tomorrow. We're just scouting things out and seeing where the fish are at. There's fish here. We've got a good spread on our different kinds of bait. We got chicken, we got bluegill, cut bluegill, live bluegill. So we haven't put any moon eye out yet. But we're going to go try another spot after this, regardless if we catch fish or not on this pass. We're just collecting data. So, but we know another place that's kind of the same condition. We're going to go very similar to this, where there's a mussel bed and so forth. We're going to go try it, see how it works. We'll go from there. We got all day.
And they said it was chilly out there.
It is chilly. It was really chilly this morning. It's
we got our bib overalls on and our hoodies, and it was cold. Even with that stuff on.
That just blows me away. Mr. Chris, he said, where's the tournament at? It's wherever
yeah, it's online. You can just link.
Yeah, yep. Here we go. I'll drop it for you, Mr. Chris.
Chris, the tournament's just like this right here, one of the online deals.
There you go.
Like you did on the women's challenge, anybody can fish anywhere they want.
It's just basically all the kids getting out there fishing, having fun. There's prizes and everything that they can win. It's just a really good time. They seem to, we always seem to have a really good time.
Oh,
every year.
Yeah. We got free service here, don't we? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you got your live. Yeah.
Mr. Elgato, Mr. Chris says, I'm donating a Mad Cat's rod for the tournament. Matt Knight said he will throw another one in.
There you go. Yeah, I got
Yay.
Matt Knight and Elgato, Chris. We got 2 new Mad Cat rods. Comes from those guys. We also got 2 Mad Cat rods donated by Dale Hayslip. We got Eddie Fife's got a medium heavy Hellcat rod. We got 2 $50 Cabela's gift cards. We got lots of stickers and towels from J-Dog, Danny Stone, Pam with Keep Feeling Caddy. KP's got stickers. We got Demon Dragon packs given away by Jen Hopper and Team Warpig. And Monty, I think yesterday or the day before, threw in 2 Guard Dog Pros. So we got a lot of stuff to give away.
Mr. Billy Cold Creek says, what's the rod limit for the kids?
It's local, whatever your local state and regulations are. So if you're somewhere where it's unlimited and you can use unlimited, it's unlimited. If you're somewhere that, like Ohio, has a rod limit of 3, and you're stuck to the rod limits of your state. So we got people fishing from Texas, Ohio, shoot everywhere. I don't know who's all where. I know there's a couple from Texas, a couple of different kids. Ask Billy. I don't have it. I have it written down at home, but I don't have it on my notebook I brought. Ask Billy for his grandson's name and or age. I know he put it in the Facebook post. I can go find it, but if he's already in here, because he's fishing on Saturday tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we didn't start getting action.
I want to say he was 9. I can look it up, but just like you said, he's in here.
Parents aren't too.
Yeah, there's like a ditch right here.
Yeah, his name is Chad
That's
Barkman
where they're
Jr.
at. That house right there, I think.
Age 9.
Okay.
Chad Workman Jr., age 9.
So tomorrow we got Mason fishing with J Dog and Tara, and then we also got Malachi, Braley, and Jace, which are Chrissy Brown's gang. That's her grandkids and their cousin, I believe. Let's see who else we got. We also got another Mason by a fellow I met up at the Sandusky event, Disabled Veterans, Tony Monar. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but so we got Mason joining us as well. We got John Renner is going to have a kid in there as well. I couldn't remember the name. I sent him a message, but I don't think he's seen it yet. Then we got Peyton Lewis, and that's who Zach's taking out tomorrow. His friend Scotty Lewis from work. We got Action Jackson, of course, Mr. Chris Elgato tomorrow, and then we got Chad Workman Jr. with Billy Cold Creek. So we got a lot of new kids this year. A lot of kids that have done it in the past, couldn't make it. I did talk to Josh, and Caitlin wants to do it, but she's not able to. Their schedules just didn't work out this year for them to get in. So Caitlin's out. And she's our reigning champion, so that leaves the door wide open. If you guys have watched these kids' tournaments in the past, you'll know that these kids have a blast. And most of the time, these kids catch more fish in this tournament than most of our adult tournaments do.
Yeah, and it was. I think it was last year. I can't remember during which one, but I think Miss Christie, Mr. Arnie's grandson, caught his very first catfish ever.
Yeah. We've had PBs caught. We've had first fishes caught. Just a lot of great memories.
Fields to Water, Mr. Chad says, I identify as childish. Does that count to be entered?
Sure. Yeah, we'll take it.
Maybe if you put on some little knickers and a little hat with a little beanie hat with a little
J-Dog's purple dress.
Yeah, the little helicopter on the top of the hat, and have you a big old round sucker, and everything.
Now, Sunday, we got Little B fishing with Brian B. We got Lauren Murillo. Of course, that's Michael Murillo. I don't know if the other kid's name just slipped my mind like crazy. That great. Michael's, yeah. Lauren and I know Lauren's going to be in it. And then Danny Stone's bringing his grandkids, Coda and Brantley. So that's actually all we got for Sunday. Three kids set for Sunday, which, originally I was like, if I didn't get enough, I was just going to do it on Saturday and make it a one-day event. But, even with only 3, that's worth it. So we do have a couple spots open on Sunday if somebody's last minute decides they want to give it a shot.
Mr. Elgato said we're smack dab in the middle of the spawn here in Texas, so we're going to go for numbers and smallest fish.
Hey, that's a game plan. That is a game plan. That's one of the bad things about these online things is to do it. There's no real right time. Somebody in the country is going to be at a bad time. It's either going to be, too cold still or too hot still, spawn. I mean, you try to work around, what you think could work best for people. But in the end, I'm debating whether I'm going to do the So You Think You Can Fish tournament again this year. I'm definitely not going to do it like I did last year and spread it out. But I've had a couple people reach out to me, ask if I was going to do it. So I decided.
And I will drop the link in Facebook if anybody's interested in signing their child up for Sunday. Go to this link right here.
There's the stairs. I've been looking for them.
Yeah, you couldn't see it because of the bushes.
Uh-huh.
I cleaned the house first.
Yeah.
And Elgato says nobody has online tournaments during our prime season. I know, that's right.
Dead of winter. This is your challenge. You got to figure out how to catch them in the heat. Those big fish don't disappear. They're still out there. They're still eating. Matter of fact, they're eating more in the heat than they are in the winter because they're burning more calories.
They digest it.
Yep, and their bellies digest food faster when they're warm. Hey, there's a fish right next to my planer board. A fish came up and went down. I think by that carp.
So yeah, Texas is definitely their own. We have our own special seasons.
Oh, you guys are special, all right.
Special K?
Like special ed.
Oh, special ed.
Hi, I resemble that remark.
With a badge of honor.
Hey, I like being different. Right, Mr. Chris?
It's a good thing.
Mr. Chris Souter says, I think the online stuff is the future of catfish tournaments.
Yeah, there's definitely a calling for it. Technology and people traveling all over the place. These events allow people to, these style anyway, allow people to fish.
It's a lot more difficult to be dishonest too. I mean,
It's live.
It's live. I'm sure somebody will figure out a way to do it, but if there's money involved, but
yeah,
it's more difficult. That's for sure.
Yeah. We love getting the kids out and introducing them to the fishing world, and then being a tournament and having a little bit of competitiveness ain't bad either. And normally we put together really good prize packages, so most of the kids walk away with stuff they'll remember that fishing event for a long time to come. Many of them have all walked away with brand new rods. Some of them rods and reels. Some of them more than one rod, depending on what categories they took.
I was like, talking about calling. That was perfect timing.
Yeah.
They were calling up to sign up. There's Mr. Kelly Bullock. He says, good morning, everybody. Just in time. My part of the show, talk about people being special.
What's up,
That's
Kelly?
right, Mr. Kelly. We have our own different category, don't we?
There's no such thing as normal.
I know, right? I don't think so. Elgato says, Not in Texas, Roger. Our big fish become lethargic and the bite window is tiny. Fish get stressed out big time. Texas is much different for big fish than anywhere else in the country.
Maybe under extreme heat. Yeah, he might have a point there. Our water gets really, really hot. You're right. 100-degree water temperature, the fish start to cook.
So I said, Texas, they wanted to break off from the United States and become their own country.
We could probably do that with California. We could just
I don't think anybody would kick. Nobody cares.
We could just break them off and just shove them on out in the ocean.
Uncle Jeep says, as a person who watches the tournaments, I really enjoy them. Even if I'm not trolling people, I enjoy seeing places of the USA that probably will never visit in my lifetime. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's a great point of view. You get to experience lots of different places. I mean, I'll be honest. Anytime we're going to take a trip somewhere, weeks before we go, I am watching every YouTube channel that is available for that area, learning, seeing stuff, just putting stuff together. Like, you got all these channels out there that travel and do all these, videos and stuff. I love pumping myself up, watching people, have success in the areas we're about to go into.
Mr. Buckeye says, good luck. He's going to go pick up his boat.
All right. This is the tracker, I believe he said he got.
And Mr. Bullock saying, yes, we do. We are a special kind of people.
Well, it takes all different kinds.
And there's Miss Workman. She says, my grandson is excited for tomorrow, which is, Chad.
Right.
Yeah. So she said that her grandson is excited for tomorrow. And I'm not sure if you pronounce your name Jeannie or just Miss Jean. So I actually had an aunt, her name, she was spelt like yours, and we pronounced hers Jeannie, but I'm not sure if it's pronounced that or just Jean.
I love hearing the kids get excited.
Yep. Miss Lisa, Spring Mountain Catfishing. Miss Lisa says my grandson is excited for tomorrow fishing.
Yeah. Can't wait to see all these kids. And it's funny because some of these kids are hyper and excited and to be on camera, and then they turn the camera on, they clam up and get all shy and quiet. Some of them are just the opposite. The ham comes out. Makes for an interesting show.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Chris Souders, Chris, are you out fishing today? This is Friday. This is fishing day for Chris.
And thank you, Yak Shore. He said, don't forget, y'all, to hit that thumbs up or it helps Roger a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Where it started was right around in here. The muscle bed. It probably changes.
Mr. Chris said, no, sir. He goes, I wish I was.
I feel sorry for him because I know that's where I know he would like to be out on the water.
Yeah.
Of course, he may be doing something with the kids. It's even more fun. I don't know.
We're just about back into the zone earlier that we started getting all the action.
Yeah, right around this area is where things start happening.
Now, if they're still there, who knows?
There's fish all that. Look, there's fish right under. Right there.
Mr. Elgato says, I've been trophy catfishing every week, year round, for 35 plus years here in Texas. Big fish become 100% nocturnal post spawn. We have about a 3-week window after they come off their beds. We catch in a day.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the same thing I've always
Good
said.
info.
We have like our own season basically.
It's been dragging for a while.
Oh, really? It just caught my eye.
Back there bouncing and banging and making noise.
I honestly can't remember too much, even as a child or whatever. I can't really remember too much if we were just catfishing, doing it during the day. It was always at night or overnight.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Back in the day, everybody told us
You're out baling hay and
fish only bite at night.
working in the garden and all that stuff during the day. We didn't get to do a lot of stuff during the day. Did your fishing and after you've done all your work. And at night. That's why we like to go camping, because that was away from the house and you didn't have stuff you had to do at home. Got to play all day.
And, fishing at night too, you got to enjoy all the stars in the sky and the
bugs and snakes and all that
well, if
stuff.
you're on the boat, you don't have no snakes and stuff. But
really? Yeah, you went in the boat with us last week up on Lake Erie. There was snakes trying to get in the boat.
Yeah.
Man, I've had my fill of snakes here lately.
Yeah, there's some kind of water snake up there. It's like a black with yellow stripes. Yeah, every once in a while, and I guess you're not supposed to kill them or anything. They're protected or something. But man, there's a bunch of them up here.
Apparently, it's even worse in another part of the water that we didn't get to.
Yeah, there's a fellow up there who told us about this one area. He said, "Yeah, you might want to go check this area out. It's loaded with big ones." And he said, "But there's a lot of snakes." Well, he's like, "Yeah, we've seen lots of snakes." He says, "No, I mean there's a lot of snakes at this place." Like, daggone.
Business is about to pick up. I can feel it.
Yeah,
I do remember once I had my little niece. It was my ex-husband's, But anyway, we had gone camping, and all of a sudden, I guess there was a water moxkin den.
A what?
A water moxkin, a den of them, and they were down there at. I'm trying to think of what. Was it not? It wasn't Coleman. I'm trying to think of the lake. Anyway, we were camping out there, and they were going down towards the water or whatever. Next thing we know, she was just screaming at the top of her lungs. And some of those, I guess there was some kind of den down there, and there was like 3 or 4 of them that started like chasing her up the bank.
Water moccasins, they can be very aggressive.
If you're around the den, they are. Hey there, Piper's Creek. How you doing, Mr. Shine?
Hey, what's going on, Sean? Piper's Creek.
Mr. Chris Sodders once says, I wonder if those snakes would make good bait.
I don't know. I don't see why they wouldn't.
The 2 of them that bit me, Mr. Chris, yeah, I'd have made them bait in a heartbeat. That's what I said. That second one, I hope their fangs fell out.
I can say one thing: all the snakes we've seen up here, I never seen. There's fish just jumped out of the water right there. It's a carp. I never seen anything hitting on them.
Well, I know that first one that bit me, it was a rattlesnake, and it sent me to the emergency room. So, it's not good, y'all. Y'all don't get bit by those.
They got big teeth too. It looks like that would be painful. Yeah, just from
it was
not
very
even counting the
painful.
poison.
Yeah, it was very, very painful, and you have to hurry up and get to the emergency room. So now the second one that bit me, that was down here in the pasture. That one I knew wasn't really poisonous because I couldn't see it because it was late at night. But I stepped right on it, and when it bit, I knew it wasn't poisonous because I wasn't dead by the time I got up to the house. Because I had to walk back, back up here. But it stayed sore for about 8 weeks. My foot did.
Dad always told us he knew a lot. He showed us how to handle snakes and stuff. And he said, if you ever get bit by a snake, he said, you got to catch it, kill it or catch it or something. He said, because if it is poisonous and you have to go to the hospital, then you can show, you can say, all right, here, this is what bit me.
Right.
Because otherwise they can't just give you anti-venom for anything. It's got to be for that actual snake, or it can kill you.
Well, we knew the first one was a rattler, so we just told them it was a rattler because we knew it. Miss Lisa says, I think most of my family here will be out there with him in the morning talking about her grandson.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
El Gato says, hey, Roger, is Tim Smith fishing tomorrow with Wyatt?
Yes.
And then El Gato says, I've seen snakes get crushed up shallower in the spring.
Seems like most of the snakes we've seen up at Lake Erie, it's not like they're little itty bitty things. I mean, they're pretty long.
Yeah, I call them big old grandpa snakes.
Like this and bigger. Some of them they kind of look like a blue race or a black snake with stripes on. Is what it reminds you of. Except they're on the rocks over on the banks, and they're out in the water too.
I've seen a couple. I'm guessing they were mating. We couldn't figure out what the heck we was looking at. We finally figured it out.
It's 2 snakes. They were all intertwined, and they were just flopping around and just carrying on. You should have seen it.
I should have videoed it.
Yeah, you should have videoed it.
Could have put some kind of music. Let's get it on.
And there was a guy bank fishing over on the bank, and all this was going on right in front of him. And those snakes, they were doing whatever they were doing, and they just kept getting closer and closer and closer to him. And he was over here videoing it. They ended up right in front of him.
I almost did that. I had 2 squirrels mating on top of the house. And by the time I came in here to get the camera, because I was going to video them mating and put that on my channel. And by the time I came in here to get the camera to do it with,
they went back out there and they were smoking cigarettes, wasn't they?
They was done sitting there. I was like, dang it, I must have got in on the tail end of it.
Yeah, so did he.
Becca was going to go from Girls Gone Wild to Squirrels Gone Wild.
If y'all have never seen 2 squirrels mate, y'all, it's really interesting.
I've seen it. I've spent a lot of time in the woods.
Pretty much great.
Yeah. It's just so intriguing.
There was a TV show that used to be on called Raising Hope, and it was hilarious. I loved that show. And in one of the episodes, one guy, he was like a landscaper, and he worked at the park a lot, mowing grass, and there was this one squirrel that was going around, it was raping all the other squirrels.
I have a smoker out here that has squirrels in it.
They put a trap out, and finally they caught it, and they took it to the vet or whatever to have it neutered or something. And he's like, "No, that's what they do." It was just, it was hilarious.
Yeah, I've got an old smoker that I don't use out here, and the squirrels, because they're protected, ain't nothing else gonna get in there. They go. I leave at the very top of it. The little what do you call that thing at the very top? Yeah. Yeah, I leave that open, and they go down in there, and they have their babies in there. And I usually will put them some food out there on the flat part, where the grill closes on the side. I usually put them some food out there on that for them. But yeah, Uncle Jeep says, I bet snakes would make awesome bait. They move and twitch for 2 to 3 hours after they die.
Yeah.
They do. Just make sure you're not, touching their fangs or anything, because they're still potent. Fishing and Freedom says, only critter ever put me down is a dang honeybee. Uncle Jeep says, find a tiny snake and put it on a big hook like a night crawler, and I bet it would twitch for an hour or two.
Put a hook on each end of him.
Yeah.
Put a 2-hook rig on him.
Well, Fishing and Freedom says, I was a beekeeper, had hundreds of hives, been stung hundreds of times, never bothered him. Just one sting one day about killed me. Hospital for 2 days. Wow.
That's good. My buddy Dan, he's a huge beekeeper in Ohio. He's actually, I think, Ohio's largest queen producer. He would take bees and sting himself in the elbows and knees and stuff for joints.
That's what my dad did for his arthritis.
Yeah.
Take the bees and have him sting his elbows and his wrists where it hurt him so bad.
He got stung a lot.
Carpet. Red tail. We had like a reddish tail on it.
Yeah.
My ex-husband, he was like allergic to, except it was bumblebees. Little honeybees they weren't a problem, but he was allergic to bumblebees. And we were cleaning out the shed out back one day, and all of a sudden somehow it got disturbed. I wasn't sure. And he started running. And so he was running towards the house, and I had the back door open to the house so he could just run inside, because they were all swarming, like chasing him or whatever you call that, but swarming him and chasing him. And so I had the back door open, and he went through the door, and I closed it. Well, the only thing I forgot to do was get on the inside myself. So,
good Lord.
I was on the outside holding it open, because I knew with him it was going to, close his throat, everything. With me, they're just going to, sting and hurt. But, they did. And you should have heard them. They were like pop, pop, pop against the back door. That's how fast, they were trying to go. I got popped a few times, but I say I was okay with them.
Yeah, I'm allergic too, but my allergies are local. I just swell up real bad, just real bad. But I don't have anaphylactic problems or anything like that.
Kind of like the squirrels did.
Yeah.
I just love squirrels. It's amazing how squirrels build their nests up there so high in the trees. And I mean, they do it, for protection, but it's, when you really think about it, it's like, they go in the highest tree out there. Well, that's where the most wind's at, but how well they build those nests. I mean, those things, that stuff is jam packed in there. That's why I used to, when I would brush the dogs, I would, brush them outside. Well, instead of picking up all the hair, that I brushed off of them, I would actually put it in a pile out there in the yard, because the squirrels and the birds and everybody, they would come and they'd pick up that hair, and they would take it and build their nests out of it.
Huh.
Yeah. So I was okay with it sitting out in the yard for just a little bit, because I said they'd come, because if it was helping them build their nest, then I really, it's like, I don't know, it's like they enjoyed it or something.
Yeah.
I'm ready for a fish.
Yeah, me too.
I'm getting ready to say
We're in the area where we caught all those other ones all ago.
That might just came out. Never mind. It freed itself. Dragging dirty.
Dragging dirty, baby. Sometimes they get hung up. You give them slack. Let them sit there with some slack for a minute. Give them a little tug, and they come out because of the flotation thing that the sinkers do. Front of them will pop up and be able to get out.
Yeah, I really thought we'd be on fire.
I know they were loving it early this morning.
Yeah.
The carpet just jumped up in front of us. They're porpoising.
Yeah, within a couple hundred yards, where we caught all 6 fish.
Fishing and Freedom says, I caught a squirrel hanging upside down, stealing out of the bird feeder yesterday. There's a squirrel feeder 5 feet away. LOL. That's kind of funny you say that because I put a little short video. I love like little funny stuff, and I put a shorts on my channel, and it's got 2 squirrels up there, and one squirrel he climbs up to this feeder, and of course I put sounds with it and everything. But anyway, the other. He tries to steal the bait, and the one squirrel won't let him take the food or whatever. And so then all of a sudden he finally comes around, and then the one squirrel turns around and farts at him, and he falls. That's one of my favorite ones because it just makes me laugh. It just makes me giggle.
One time.
There's Miss Janet. Miss Janet Fox is in the house. How you doing, girl?
Arrested.
Hi, Janet.
Arrested.
The sun is warming everything up.
Yes. Thank good.
A week ago, it was hot by this time of day.
I had to go post that link to that little squirrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man, if you need a giggle or a laugh, that'll definitely do it. Miss Janet says she's doing good. She says, hey, Roger DeMant Jr.
Usually if I get, well, no, my mom calls me Roger Lee. I was going to say, if I get the whole name, I'm in trouble.
Mr. Eric Super Smurf says, I'm ready to see a fish.
We are too. We're going to finish this little drag. It ain't a whole lot farther. And then we're going to go to a whole new area. Try it again.
Similar,
Of course,
not as deep.
you could satisfy Mr. Eric in a different way if you really think about it.
That's more than I'm willing to do. I mean, I love my subscribers and all.
No. He said he's ready to see a fish. You could reach in your bait tank and get out a bluegill.
Oh, yeah, I got some big old bluegill in there.
Oh my goodness. Miss Janet says, you're safe this time, Roger.
Got it.
Mr. Eric, now he says a catfish.
He'll learn to be more specific.
Yeah, you know me, Mr. Eric. I'm like a Miss Smarty Pants.
I put fresh bait on it. Right? We got plenty.
I'm ready to eat some fish.
Yeah.
My uncle was going to go out yesterday. I didn't get a chance to talk to him last night, but he was going to go out yesterday morning and he was going to catch a mess up and they were going to have a fish fry. But, he does that all the time.
A couple of those big ones in there make a dinner.
He was telling me about all these different holes, like different places on different bodies of water and stuff. You got all these different holes that he's, that the fish like to congregate down in.
Yeah.
And then he knows a bunch of places, where they call them brim over there. So we call them perch here, but they call them brim. And a bunch of places that they're, like they're spawning beds.
Yeah.
And they really bite. They bite a lot when they're spawning.
A lot of those fish that we caught the other night, like bluegill, they were on bed.
Uh-huh. And I know here, I know where to go if, like if you want to just have fun and catch a lot of like sand bass, we call them sandies, but because they go up in this certain creek and they do their spawning, and it's at the backside of this property that we know the owners of the property, so they use it for leasing their cattle, for the cattle they lease the land. And so they let us go back there so we can go up there and go into the creek. You could go up there if you got into a boat, because it's still public. You just got across their land.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
That's the doorbell. Who needs a security system when you got dogs? Are we going slower than we did first time?
Typically, but not the whole pass. I was doing. I just slowed it down. I thought.
More bait, keep the bait in this area longer.
Well, we've just about gone as far as we need to go. I think go a little bit further, but no action this pass. So not sure why. We thought we would move over a little bit closer to the bank. It might be better. It is not. Not yet. Yeah, we moved over about 80 feet. My board, your outside board.
Okay, I'm back.
You back?
That sounded like somebody's at the door.
It was. And I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Kentucky is in the house. Says, how many you got?
I got 6. But since the live stream came on, we ain't got none. We turned the camera on. That was it of that.
We got one bite, and it didn't produce.
Uncle Jeep says Arizona fishing rules are tough. If you want to use live bait, you got to catch it on the body of water where you plan on using it. Also, you cannot transport live fish either.
Kill 'em.
Wow. There's Mr. J Dog's in the house.
Jay,
What's up, J-Dog? J-Dog, are you out fishing? Come up here and join us.
And I'm glad y'all got safely off the water yesterday.
Yeah.
Uncle Jeep says the exception is if you bought live minnows from the local bait shop and heading to the lake. Well, that's good because you really don't want a lot of dead minnows going out there. That's a good girl. Yes, it was. That's a good girl. Yes, it was. You looking after me? Huh? You looking after Mama? Mr. J Dog said, nope, he ain't out there fishing. He says, I don't like fishing in the wind.
It's a little windy. You guys can see
yeah, we got a little ripple on the water now.
there's some white caps building back there. Wind is probably our least favorite condition. Rain, snow, sleet, hail, we can deal with all that.
Lightning and wind. That's bad.
Yep, lightning and wind are the two no-nos. Which I guess we're supposed to get a bunch of rain next week, so.
Yeah, for like all week. That'd be great. Great for fishing.
Yeah.
I need to make a quick phone call and I'll be right back.
Okay. We're hanging up again.
Trying to do that.
Yeah, I hung up a second ago too. There it goes. Yeah, sticks and stones. I will take rain, lightning, snow, and ice, just not wind. Yeah, I don't know about lightning, but
I don't like lightning.
wind just sucks. It just makes
It difficult even when it's not blowing real hard.
it just makes it less enjoyable.
Makes it hard
Frustrating.
to do what we want to do. It blows you all over the place. And it can be dangerous too, obviously.
Yeah.
Seen here in the last bit. This time of year, the water is warm enough where it won't put you in shock if you do have to go in the water. You start talking 50-some degree water, it'll put you in shock. Ask Kevin Waters about that too. He experienced that last fall where his boat sank and he was in the cold water and he wasn't even that far from the bank. And it's just about all he could do to get to the bank.
He's with EMS. I mean, he's taken a lot of training. He knows.
It locks you up. Your muscles don't want to work right. You have to really concentrate and understand what's going on. I think is a big part of it too. Then you can work through. It helps you work through it. Man, where's the drag streamer at? Come on.
I don't know.
We need the drag streamer.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
back.
right. That's right, J-Dog. Staying calm is the most important thing when you're in a stressful, rough situation. We get in a tight spot. Roger smacks me in the back of the head. whenever I get out of control. then I'm focused because then I'm pissed off. Then I focus.
We've got ourselves in a pickle every now and then, but we work pretty good together to solve the problems.
I wonder where that phrase came from, unless it's, because of pickle barrels. Like in a pickle. I wonder if that's where that comes from. There's Mr. Matt. Wanna be in the house. How you doing, Mr. Matt?
What's up, Matt?
Back.
Yeah, it's just going through a lot of stuff. It's going through a lot of things right now. We just got to be patient with it. Dirty South dragon weights are doing their job tenfold today. That it's dragging through a bunch of stuff over there. The board keeps kind of hanging up, falling back, but the dragon weight just works its way through the crap, and we just keep on dragging. There's trees and rocks and ledges and everything else over there. It's trying to make it through.
Oh my.
Trees, rocks, and ledges. Oh my.
Oh my.
Tigers from there.
Got a hit. I got a hit. Got a bite. Yeah, blue board.
I love hearing that. I keep saying that's the most famous word in the fishing language. Ooh.
Ooh, ooh, ow, ooh, ooh.
Oh, oh, oh. I mean, really, who doesn't do that?
Yeah, we all do.
I know. That's what I say. It's got to be the most famous one. I think I need to have a website called .com.
That's hard to tell what kind of traffic you.
Yeah, you might get some unwanted activity on there.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think that all the way through. J Dog says, "Oh man, I can't wait till tomorrow. It's gonna be fun."
Not if it's like this.
I think he's talking about Becca and I's commentary.
Matter of fact, let me go over there and grab that again. Okay, go and copy paste. Is that what we do? Commentate?
Yeah.
I like commentating.
He hit it a couple times. That was it.
Done.
I believe that's chicken too. I put the chicken in the middle.
So I guess you call that there's good commentating and then there's good commentator.
Good or complicated?
Gooder commentating.
It's like, those little thingies, those little memey thingies that say such and such is important, but such and such is importanter.
Yeah.
There we go. So y'all, I just posted that in the chat. Make sure y'all set your reminders up for the Catfishing for Kids tournament this Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on Muskrat Adventures. That's just
much cooler when she said it.
J-Dog, you know what? That is too funny you ask that because someone has actually nicknamed me that right there.
I can't see it. What?
He said, J-Dog said, you're just a commentator.
Commentator.
Yeah, I have one friend. I have one friend that's what he calls me. He calls me Tater. And then, of course, y'all probably already know, I got a dog named Tater.
They call me Tater Salad.
He's my tater tot. Actually, a lot of times I call him a tater bug. Not that tater bugs are actually good. I mean, they ain't good for your taters. But he's my tater bug. Or if I'm calling him, sometimes I'll say, come on, teeter, tater, tater, totter. Oh, and looky here who comes to me. Tater, I didn't really mean to call you.
All right, that's what you call him when you call him. Teeter, tater, tot, teeters, taters.
He came from underneath it. All of a sudden, some dog came up and got into my hands. He was underneath the table. I didn't know he was laying over there. That's a good boy. He just wants some scratches. He wants his little butt scratched. Boy, sometimes dogs have it made, or at least mine do.
I got a feeling your dogs are pretty spoiled.
They're very good dogs. There's a lot of dogs out there that are abused and, just so much bad stuff going on with them. But there's a lot of dogs that aren't, that they give us unconditional love no matter what. And all they want is a few scratches behind their little ears, scratch their little butts, rub their little bellies. I'm like, man, I think I want to be a dog.
Yeah.
I just want somebody to scratch me behind the ears and scratch my butt and rub my belly. Yeah, Tater's a good dog. He's an awesome cattle dog. But I might have to turn him into a coon hound once I get over to Arkansas. I'm not going to have, I just snorted. I'm not going to have any more cattle.
We'll reel them in and relocate.
Okay, y'all, we got some relocation going on. Mr. J-Dog. He said this dog gives unconditional love, and I enjoy scratching behind the ears. Mr. Greenwell says, for a long time, the joke was, I want to be a Greenwell's dog. Everyone knows how spoiled our fur babies are. I know, right? As I said, there ain't nothing wrong with spoiling your pets. Because if you really do think about it, most of them, I mean, there's some unruly ones, out there, but most of them, they do. All they do is just want to give, unconditional love.
And they do too. I'll tell you, if you don't believe that, lock your dog and your wife in the trunk. Wait 2 hours. And then open the trunk and see which one's happy to see you. The dog's still going to be happy to see you.
Roger's telling you from experience.
Mr. J-Dog says, it was weird the first time I met Roger. He scratched me behind the ears, but he finally got used to it. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Mr. Mike Greenwell says, no kids to spoil, so we spoil the dogs. Exactly right. They're just like your kids.
Yeah. I do the same thing to my kids. They shit on the floor. I rub their nose in it and feed them with a newspaper.
I don't think I've ever crapped on the floor. J Dog says it was the rubbing of the belly that got weird for me. Oh my goodness. I could say something right now, but I'm not, y'all. I like it when you're like, you're scratching the dog or rubbing his head or his ears or whatever. And all of a sudden, you know how your hand stops and he just kind of keeps nudging your hand like, hey, don't stop. I didn't tell you could stop. Mine are pretty good though. Tater, he'll come to me and I know that's exactly what he wants. And and he won't stop, until either rub his head or rub his belly or something, scratch him somewhere. And so he won't stop. But then all it takes for me is I can just sit there and go, scratch, scratch, scratch like that fast. And he's like, okay. And then he walks off. It's like that's all he wants is just that little bit of contact.
They got all around it. They didn't like me closing that lid, I don't think. Yeah, you know what's next? Since we get their next spot, there's going to be some of you coming out here for a visit.
We like visiting bluegill.
All right, here we go.
Did y'all say you had moon eye too?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some frozen moon eye.
That's great.
I actually got to get them out and let them thaw.
I'm going to mute us. We're going to get underway. Give us just a couple minutes. We got to make a short run. Just talk amongst yourselves.
All righty. Y'all, let's talk amongst ourselves. What do y'all want to talk about? Or is this a good intermission? Does anybody need to go potty or anybody need to go tinkle? And y'all's doggies need to go outside. Need to go get a drink of water. Fix you a good old glass of iced tea. Man, iced tea, that's the who doesn't love iced tea in the summer? Does anybody out there still make that sun tea? Like you put out there, outside in the sun in those jars? That's some of the best stuff. Or some ice cold lemonade. That sounds good too. You've never drank tea? What? Like any kind of tea whatsoever? Or like specialized tea or hot tea? I know we have iced tea here. I do remember when I was up, back a long time ago when I was up in Manhattan, I think it was. It was when I was still married to my ex-husband. And we were up in Manhattan and we were delivering and a load, and they were going to be a little bit. So they said, well, won't you go ahead and just go over here and just, eat lunch or whatever it was, at this one restaurant. And he said, okay. So I went and I ordered a glass of iced tea, right? And I said, I just want a glass of iced tea. And I'll be danged if they did not bring me a glass of hot tea and a glass of ice. I mean, it was just like, they didn't know that they were supposed to put them together. So I thought that was really funny, and that's been quite a while back. But I guess it's just y'all tell me, is that not a thing up north? That y'all don't usually put them together? Mr. Terry says, like lemonade, no tea for me. Yeah, I do. I got lemonade. I got some strawberry lemonade over there. And I love the blackberry lemonade. Do you ever drink that, Mr. Terry? The blackberry lemonade? That stuff is good. I've hooked a few people in my family on that. It's really good. Greenwell says, scold your dog and let someone knock on the door while scolding them, that dog's still ready to kill for you, even though you just scolded them. Oh, I know, right? And J-Dog says, not one time have I ever had tea. Oh, well, that blows my mind right there. So what do you normally drink? Water, or like, do you drink a Coke or something? Yeah, I'm telling you, my daddy, he sat there. He would have, we've got several fridges. I've got one fridge in the house, and then there's 1, 2, 3. There's four refrigerator freezers, that are put together on the back porch. And then anyway, so and then there's 2 out in the barn. But he would always keep at least 4 gallons of ST. Baby, zip it. He would always keep at least 4 gallons of ST on, back on the back porch. And then, of course, there'd be 1 gallon in the house. So that's 5 gallons. He'd always keep that because, man, he drank the heck out of that stuff. But Mr. Murillo, in Iowa, they know how to make ST, and no, they don't make you make it yourself. Huh. And then Mr. J-Dog, water or lemonade? Yeah, that's what I said. I do drink a lot of water. I prefer water over anything. But then sometimes, the flavoring's good. Especially I take a couple of tablespoons of apple cider vinegar every single day. And as soon as I drink that, I'm like, yeah, give me something a little flavored. So I can wash that down. I'm actually drinking a green tea right now. I like it. It's the it's made by Lipton, and it's called the mixed berry green tea. I do like that one. And then sometimes I have some other, I prefer, just regular ST, but I've got some flavored ones over here that you normally drink for like hot tea. But you can cool them down. You can fix them and then cool them down and drink them, cold. I like snow cones too. Y'all like snow cones? With all that flavoring. What's y'all's favorite flavor of snow cone? Do y'all still have snow cone like stands out where all y'all are at? Yeah. Or did y'all ever have that little snow cone maker when y'all were little? It takes you like 20 minutes, but you finally get enough to fill up one of those little tiny little cone looking cups. Mr. Greenwell, for some reason, tea makes me more thirsty. Really? Well, it does have, there is, unless you get the decaf, it does have caffeine in it. So, yeah, and caffeine can make you more thirsty. Blueberry snow cones. That sounds good. I always liked the cocoa nut ones. It was that really light colored blue. They called it cocoa nut. That was really good. And of course you could mix the flavors in it, but that's the one I kind of really liked. Hey there, Mr. Jimmy. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. The River Warriors, it's got Mr. Muskrat, Mr. Roger, and Mr. Zach on the boat. They're just changing spots right now. They caught 6 of them before the stream started, and they've been going up and down, dragging and stuff. And so they decided they just weren't biting right there. So now they're going to move spots. Mr. Greenwell, we make a weekly trip to the snow cone shop here in town. Isn't that neat? That's kind of like one of those pastimes that a lot of people don't have, get the privilege to do, because I do. I think it's a privilege to to actually go to all those places because you've got so many places in the US that they don't have like little snow cone stands. To me, I think of those being like out in the country, and I mean, I guess they're not always, but what you remember, I remember them, they're out in the country, and you went as kids, and you earned your money to take a trip to the stand, and it was like a proud thing that you could put your money up there on that counter and just order whatever you wanted to. I used to do all kinds of chores for money. Did any of y'all ever, do chores? I mean, were you able to? I mean, yeah, you did chores, obviously, the ones that you had to, but sometimes my folks would. If there was other things that were anything special, I mean, like, we had to do the dishes and we had to, I mean, all that stuff was just one of those have to things. But there were certain things that, that they would say because they knew as kids, we wanted to earn money as well because we had things that we wanted, as kids. So, and it was the one way that they could teach, the value of $1 and make us kids feel really good about ourselves because we were earning the money. And so there were just certain things that they would say, well, if you want to do this, then, so we did. And I enjoyed making money and been able to buy things on my own when I was really little. Mr. Jimmy says, I guess I'll find out today if I have to have surgery or not. You got your MRI, your x-rays done. Hopefully they'll find something. I hope I'm pretty much stuck on the couch still. Oh, okay. You're still stuck on the couch. I sure hope they find, I mean, I kind of wish they wouldn't find anything so you'd be okay. But then I know that you want them to find something because if they do find something, then you can actually get it fixed finally.
All right. Now what we're doing,
get out there and
because
get
it's
out.
windy, we're going to lay a track down, let the trolling motor follow it. We went from fishing about 25, 27 feet deep, or about 14, 15 feet deep. So close.
And Mr. Mike says a business
Snow cone
idea:
shop.
get a snow cone
Awesome.
shop on a
That's
big
up the river.
pontoon boat. And set
Summer.
it.
There you go.
Can you hear me? You know what, y'all? He can't hear me. That means something's going on with, I think, his phone. Roger, can you hear me? Roger, can you hear me? Okay, y'all, hold on just a minute. I am going to put a banner, y'all, in the thing and to let him know that I think he needs to restart his phone. Okay, y'all. So everybody in the chat box, that is just for him if he'll look up to his screen. I know, right? Roger, come in, Roger. So we'll see, because he should. I know sometimes they can't hear me when they're moving, but since they're going slow right now and he's so close to the phone and, pretty much I'm really loud. Y'all already know that. So, so I think, let's see if he'll read it. But here's Mr. Mike. Roger, come in, Roger.
right now. Coming. 2 hours.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's confirmed because he's right up next to it now. Nubbies, go ahead, Roger. Roger, come in, Roger. Go ahead, Roger. Oh, okay, y'all. Here he's gonna come back in now. So let me go over there and take that banner off. I hope he comes quick too. I don't like being big up on screen. Hey there, Mr. Captain. How you doing? He's coming back in.
I'm back.
Okay, now can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. They were talking to you in the chat box. Mr. Mike Greenwell says, Roger, come in, Roger.
I need a vector.
Yeah. Nubby said, go ahead, Roger. I was telling him I didn't think you could hear me.
I just thought you got quiet or had to go let the dogs out or go pee or something.
No. And there's Mr. Captain Walters in the house.
What's up, Kevin?
Mr. Jimmy Geiger's in the house as well while y'all were moving. And he said that he guesses he'll find out today if he'll have to have surgery or not, that he got his MRI done. So hopefully they'll find something. Otherwise, he's still stuck on the couch. While y'all were moving, we were talking about tea and snow cones.
What?
Tea and snow cones. And like what people like to drink, you know, that especially like during the summer months.
How's that for a bluegill?
Oh, look how pretty he is. Look at those big old black eyes. And Mr. Captain says, are you doing any good?
Well, we started out okay, but going downhill pretty fast.
But now that they've moved spots, you know, maybe it's going to pick right back up. Hey there, Mr. Steve Ransom. How you doing? Hey, Mr. Randall. How you doing? So you got Mr. Steve Ransom and Randall Rhino Outdoors in the house. There's Mr. Bugman. How you doing, Mr. Bug? He goes, I'm heading to bluegill fish in about an hour. I will post a short of the place I go bluegill fishing. We were talking earlier. They were out catching some bluegills, and he said some of them that they caught were like a pound a piece. And Mr. Jimmy, they are at Male Doll Pool on the Ohio.
We're the pool above J-Dog.
Mr. Captain Walter says that he's going to go fishing this evening. We were talking about that earlier, Mr. Eric. He said, you know, you turn the camera on and the fish are gone.
Yeah.
But that is
sex before we turn the camera on.
There's nothing to do with it. Mr. Captain Walter says he just got off work.
He's a hard-working man.
Hard-working man. That's a country song.
Never mind. I turned it back on because I needed it to let me know when I was getting close to the end of the week.
And y'all don't forget, I just put that in the chat box to set your reminders for the Catfishing for Kids tournament this Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on Muskrat Adventures. We're going to have a blast.
Be there or be square.
I almost said that earlier, but I thought, now that just sounds too much like a dork.
When's that stopped you?
Hey!
Hey, Roger's a dork.
Yeah, I said it. Does that make me a dork?
Pretty much.
I'm okay.
If nothing else, you're on it.
Mr. Captain says, heading home to send some orders out to customers.
He's been a busy man running monster catfishing. They get Kevin on the show. He's putting together a big tournament for Southern Ohio.
That would be neat.
That's a big money tournament.
Yeah.
$5.
Mr. Captain, you want to be on the show?
He does. He's got a lot going on, so we just try to find the right time for him.
Oh, I say it's a timing thing. Yeah, he said his business is booming. I hadn't really ordered a whole lot of stuff from anybody because I knew I'd have to move it. So I'm gonna wait till I get over there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, see what all I need and everything. As I said, I've got some of the rods that I ordered during that time where they were doing a special on them and stuff. But I still want to get some different rods as well.
Yeah, you never know what you like until you try a few out.
Right. Well, and also just in case somebody, comes over and wants to fish, I want to make sure I have extra ones so that they have ones to fish and they don't have to bring theirs. I mean, it don't hurt them to hang on the wall.
Yeah. All right, we got baits out.
Did y'all just do the chicken and the bluegill?
Yep. I didn't put any moon eye on. We need to let it thaw out, actually.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Captain. He said, Roger, call me sometime when you get home. I want to donate a rod for the kids tournament.
Who's that?
Oh, Kevin. Absolutely, buddy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Captain. That means a lot. Sure do appreciate that. I know that the kids tournaments, man, golly, we have such a blast watching those kids, and them getting out there and, because it's basically, our future, if my daddy hadn't taught me, then, look where I'd be, so, it just means a lot. There's Mr. Freddy's Outdoor Adventures. He said, hey, just stopping in to hit that thumbs upper, headed to town. Good luck, y'all.
Thanks, Freddie.
Be careful on your way to town. There's Hooks and Hammocks says, listening at work. Good luck and stay safe out there.
Thank you, buddy.
And you have a blessed day at work, Mr. Chris. Yep, Captain Walter says, yep, our young anglers are our future. Exactly right. You have to teach them. You never know when it's going to be a way of survival, too. I mean, yes, it's to know how to do it, but you just never know, you know. So you definitely need to teach your kids ways of survival. I can't tell you how many times I sat there and, you know, doing the cat tool and everything here, and people were talking about, you know, the way you process and that kind of stuff. And I'll never forget. And I asked this one girl, I said, well, where do you think your meat comes from? You know, and she said, in the store. I was like, good grief. It just amazes me how many people out there actually truly don't get it. They just don't understand. I like Uncle Jeep's way of thinking. He said, Frady, you're supposed to be heading to the lake.
Yep. But he's been pretty busy. I know he's doing the panfish challenge or tournament that Mark Catfish and Crappie is doing on, I believe that's Sunday.
I think that's for like the next 3 weeks, I think, too.
Oh, is it?
I think so. I think it's on different people's channels for like the next 3 weeks.
I ain't been able to keep up with everything, so I didn't even realize it was the same weekend as the kids tournament. I may have scheduled mine over top of his, not knowing it.
I don't know, because I know this one's been scheduled a while, but I don't know. I don't remember how long his has been scheduled.
It don't matter.
Yeah, it
Two
doesn't
different
matter.
crowds and everybody. There's enough people to go around. People bounce back and forth. Gives you options. I don't mind other people being live when I'm live.
Right. I hear you on that one.
There's just so many people fishing now that if you try to not step on anybody, and then most people are doing stuff on the weekends, you never get to do it because there's just always something going on.
Right. And, I like when people go live because, you have some people that are at their houses that, maybe they're unable to get out there and go fishing themselves. And so, or just like, you said earlier that, you watch people in the areas that you're going to be going to fish at. And it's really good. It's a great information. It's good learning. It's good. It's just good entertainment sometimes just to sit there and just watch the fishing going on. Mr. Bug says, I was supposed to be bluegill catching an hour ago. I'm behind. That's easy to do, Mr. Bug. Life kind of gets in the way of plans.
Getting ready to make us some wraps for a snack. These are carb balance for low carbs. These things are only 4 carbs. And then
What you put in them?
Black Forest ham and some Colby Jack cheese.
So no batter cheddars?
We do have better cheddars for later. This is just to hold us over.
Oh, it's just a snack.
Yeah. We'll call it that.
Yeah. That actually sounds really good. I like ham. And I like Colby Jack too. Matter of fact, I got some Colby Jack in my fridge. Mr. Kenton Walter says, too many people fishing is a great problem to have. Folks get out off the couch enjoying nature. I know, right? I've always been an outside girl. Even as kids, I have 2 brothers and, we were always outside doing stuff. You really wouldn't find us much inside the house, unless the weather was bad or something like that. We were always, matter of fact, I have a cousin. He was more into computers and stuff, and he's some fancy smancy lawyer now. And so I think he's up in Virginia, I think. But Anyway, I had to teach him how to make mud pies when we were little. And he
He must have led a sheltered life.
did what?
I said he must have led a sheltered life.
He was just more into, he was an only child, and he was just more into playing like thinking games, like, the computer, the like Risk, and it's those
Oregon
kind
Trail.
of things. Yeah, he was just very much into like using his mind, and he's very successful. He just wasn't outdoorsy as a kid. And I took him out here in the back, and I said, "Hey, you want to make some mud pies?" And he's like, "Oh, how do you do that?" I'm going, "Wow, man!" I remember I got him so muddy. He walked inside, and I remember my aunt looked at him and said, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "You must have been out there with Becca." That's my aunt that I just lost in January.
No.
But his daddy wasn't much of an outdoorsy man, and he was a teacher. His daddy, my uncle, he was a teacher for, I think, 40 something years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I think teachers deserve way more pay and credit than what they get.
Yeah, people seem to really love him. I mean, on his obituary or funeral page, thing that you can, put your comments in. There was lots of people that came back and said, "Hey, you taught me, this many years ago," or "You taught me." I mean, he left a big impression.
I do too on this seat whenever I get up.
As long as there ain't no brown stains, I guess we're good.
No brown stain.
Or should I say skid marks, I guess?
Yeah.
But you got to break in that seat. You got to get it just right.
That does me just fine. As long as I can keep Ian out of it.
I was just looking. I got a thing on my phone that says El Nino is now developing rapidly with long-range data already showing.
Oh, really?
Where is it developing at?
I'm sure it's off the west coast, southwest.
Yeah, it said on there that an official watch currently in effect issued by the NOAA, a moderate to strong El Nino event is expected to occur with global weather impacts in the second half of the year and over the winter season of 23-24. It might be something we've never seen before in such an environment.
Sounds dramatic.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you ever feel like people just make drama up? Just
Well, you kind of wonder.
dramatic.
Yeah, that's why I said you kind of wonder. They're going to first quickly look at the connection between the oceans and the atmosphere. Then you'll see how El Nino is currently growing and how it's expected to influence the upcoming weather seasons from the hurricane season to the winter. Huh. So they go in and
look at me. Look at me.
Mr. Bug says, I worked in a school a few years back. You have no idea how bad it is now. Kids have no respect and teachers are handcuffed to do anything. Not enough money in the world for me to do it now.
yeah, that's kind of putting up with everybody's snot-nosed brats that they're raising now with all these crybaby kids and just crazy ways. Yeah, I wouldn't last very long.
I know there's lots of people that like to teach, more of the middle school or high school because, all the kind of the work's been done as far as everything. But when I was little, I wanted to be either a professional fisherman or I wanted to be a NASCAR driver. Those were my two things that, people always said, what are you going to be when you grow up? One was a professional fisherman and the other was a NASCAR driver. So I didn't do either one, but I did think about, being like a elementary school teacher. I think I think it'd be neat to teach the elementary school kids to watch, because I love watching little kids and their faces light up when they learn something new. And you just don't have that usually when you have the older kids. I like that brightness in their eyes, and they're just like, oh wow, I don't know. I just love the learning part of it. Mr. Captain said, I have about 3 years left before I can retire from the fire department. Then I'm really going to do some traveling and enjoying the outdoors a lot more.
That sounds like an excellent plan.
Well, I hope that the next 3 years go by very quickly for you, Mr. Kevin, but I also hope that they go by slowly, because I don't want my 3 years to go by really fast. So, so it's like, 3 years, you want it to hurry up and get here so you can retire. But for me, I don't want the next 3 years to go by really fast. Mr. Bug says, yep, or the weatherman wants you to be scared when it's going to snow. They act like it's the end of the world. Well, I tell you, you got that right. Mr. Bug says, I'd be fired in a heartbeat first time a kid said the F word to me. Oh, I know, right?
My daughter's actually going back to school now to become a teacher. I tried to tell her all this.
Sometimes when you get towards the little country schools and stuff, it's not so bad. But when you get into the larger cities and stuff like that, you see a lot of that happening.
Yeah.
My ex-husband, he was in such a small school. It's just a little tiny town just south of here. And they had kindergarten through 12th grade all in one big classroom. And they used to ride their horses to school and tie them up outside. And that school, it's grown a little bit, but it's still really small. So I think they were only like a 2A in football. They had like a little 6-man team.
Huh.
Mr. Bug said, my ex's daughter is a teacher. You have to go to the rich areas to do it. At least the parents are involved. Schools have definitely changed, though.
Oh, yeah. My youngest one just graduated, so I'm done dealing with schools now.
Well, I don't know. You said maybe college. She goes to school to be a teacher.
Yeah, but
And she'll have to graduate from there.
that's
And then
true.
that'll give a whole new sense of pride. It's just high school even when now they have graduations for like kindergarten, and then, it's like every single class they have one now. Seems like growing up, not like real big ones like you do in high school, but they got one. But every single time it's a different sense of pride. at different stages of pride. Mr. Kevin saying, I have been blessed to get to live out my childhood dreams of being a firefighter, now owning my own fishing business. I know, man. Mr. Kevin, you're so blessed.
He puts a lot of work into it. It's not given to him.
That's right.
He made his dreams come true.
Well, I just don't know if I could be a NASCAR driver now.
Oh, we had a rod getting banged on over here. I thought we was going to have a taker.
Which rod is it?
It was
My number one.
over here on the left-hand side, the first one closest to the motor.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I miss that part because I'm watching the chat box.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Danny Stone. How you doing, Mr. Danny? He says,
What's up, Danny?
I always laugh when parents think their job is done when kids are grown. Grandkids are the next go-around, but less responsibility.
Yeah. No grandkids yet, but yeah, you're right. I see you there. You just have fun with them and then send them home.
That's right.
That's
Give them a Mountain Dew and a bag of M&Ms and take them home.
Oh my gosh, there's this one time that we used to compete the dogs in personal protection competitions and stuff like that. And one of the prizes, they had raffles and stuff like that. And one of the prizes was, I called in California, what was the chocolate company? It's a very popular. No, it's not Willy Wonka. It's not Hershey's. It's a specific chocolate company. I can't think of the name of it. Huh?
Mrs. Steve's?
No. Anyway, I called them because I noticed that they do donations, sometimes. And so I told them what was going on and everything. And they donated a 20-pound bar of chocolate.
Oh, what are you supposed to do with that?
Eat it.
Yeah, it's because you give it to your grandkids and then send them home. Hey there, Mr. Marty Bardo. How you doing? He said, "Are y'all running planer boards?"
Yeah.
Yes.
6
planer boards on the Ohio. Got a long line out the back, 6 planer boards, and 1 rod suspended underneath the boat. Zach has 2 underneath the boat instead of another long line out the back.
Ghirardelli. That was the name of that was that brand. Ghirardelli or Ghirardelli, however you say it.
Ghirardelli. They got good chocolate.
Yeah, they were the ones that they'll actually donate, to some causes or whatever. They'll donate sometimes if you talk to them.
Oh, I didn't talk about
Fancy chocolate.
Mr. Marty says you covered it all.
I hope so. It worked early this morning, but man, it ain't been too hot since then. Caught like 6 fish in the first hour, and we was like, "Oh, let's go live." Well, because I told everybody I was going fishing today. I even had Mark, NJ Fishing Maniac, message me. He's like, "Hey, when you going live?" I was like, "All right, we can go live." We caught a few fish. This ought to be fun. I ain't caught a fish since.
It's still fine.
Yeah.
But it would be funner if the
Rods doubled over.
That's like you always say out there on your live. Sometimes you always say, "I love when she bends over."
That's right. The 2 in the back are Uncle Lou medium heavies, and the 2 to the side here, they're Uncle Lou mediums. And then I got a Mad Cat's medium heavy suspended underneath the boat.
How did you get that rod to stay underneath the boat? Y'all, he ain't gonna answer me on that one.
There's no answer. Marty Pants said, I got one rod suspended underneath the boat. She said, how did you get the rod to stay underneath the boat?
Mr. Bug says, every time the cam is on, the fish stop hitting for me. And that's what we say because the camera's on, but it actually has nothing to do with it.
Like, psychologically, I know that's true, but then other forces say it's because of the camera. Yeah. Oh no, we didn't have any shortage of fish coming on the screen in Sandusky last weekend.
That's true. Yeah, and y'all caught like 48 or something like that.
I think we caught 48 on Friday. I think we caught 43 on Saturday. But the difference is Saturday we only fished from 8:30 a.m. to 1. So 4.5 hours. She caught 43 fish.
I love seeing her smiles up there.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I went back and watched part of it. I haven't been able to watch the whole thing yet, but yeah, she was having a good time. I was happy. I was really happy. She was like excited to be there on the camera. You know, she was showing off the fish, and just having a good time. That really made it worth it.
Yeah, she didn't let it bother her or anything like that. And, you know, and y'all, she said that that's been the first time she had actually been able to go fishing since she was like 12 years old.
Yep.
She served 22 years in the Army.
She was a good sport. She fit right in, and you know, we got into a pickle every now and then. You know, something get tangled up or something happened or whatever. She kept her calm. She did exactly what we asked her to do. And
Oh.
oh.
I love hearing that.
That little fishy bit me. Ow, Charlie, that Willie hurts.
Did it, Willie?
You know what video I'm talking about, right?
No.
If you ain't seen Al Charlie, you've been under a rock.
Who's Al Charlie?
You need to open a YouTube window and type in Ouch Charlie.
Oh, it's a YouTube channel.
No, it's a video. It's two little boys, like a little toddler and a teething, and a little boy bites the other boy's fingers, and they, got English accents. Ow, Charlie, that Willie hurts. Charlie.
Oh, I see now. Okay, yeah.
Charlie bit me.
I see it now. Yeah, I've seen that. That matter of fact, 6 years ago, they did one that said it was a 10-year anniversary. So, they did another one with all grown up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean they're still young, but I mean they're it wasn't like when they were babies, you know.
Somebody bought the rights to that video a couple years ago for $175,000 for the rights to that video.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. I wonder how many videos I could do that people would want to buy the rights to.
I don't know.
That's something to think about.
Ow, Tater bit me.
that really hurt. Ouch. There's still like 30 people in here watching.
Well, bless their hearts, because there has not been any action since we turned the camera on.
Mr. Marty Bardo says we fish in the tournament tomorrow at Helena, Mississippi River. I told my partner it's an early morning bite. Thanks for confirming it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that Helena? Helena?
Some people pronounce it that way. Some people say Helena. Oh,
that
I'm
like-
getting hit in chicken.
Is that like
Chicken
Humana? Helena? Is that kind of like Humana?
Yeah, what the hell in the hell? Over here on the right-hand side, this third rod from the middle, 1, 2, 3, it's getting hit. That piece of chicken on it. Somebody keeps tapping on it. Oh, my rod in the back just went down.
Oh, that might be a fish right there.
Ooh, let's hope so.
Oh.
Nobody there.
Nobody's home, y'all.
He gone.
They rang the doorbell, but nobody was there.
It was been over for a long time.
Such a tease.
I know.
Don't you just hate those fish that sit there and just tease? You know, he's down there going, y'all watch this.
Frustrating, and it kind of gives you hard feelings towards it.
That fish down there with all his buddies around says, y'all watch this. I'm going to tug on here. He goes, y'all want to see how you can make a fisherman stand up?
What I can do.
That was a bluegill head.
Look, I've got all these fishermen trained up there.
I don't know about that.
Y'all get your cameras ready. And let's see, I guess they're cameras. I wonder if they'd be made out of seashells.
Oh, boy.
Kind of like you had the Flintstones way back then. They had to do their cameras out of chisel and rock.
Yeah. There's Martin, UK. What's up, buddy?
Mr. Martin's been in here a little while.
I ain't looked at the screen too many times. I might have said hi to him already, but I'll say hi again.
Yeah, he's been pretty much in here since we started.
We're trying. Right now, we're dragging an outside bend. There's a boat ahead of us on the bank. Somebody working down the bank.
There's a boat on the bank.
It looks like they're pulling something. Oh, yeah. Get the binoculars. Let's see what is going on here. That's a funny looking.
What is he doing? Is it a content maybe?
No, it's like a big, it's a big cabin like cruiser, and they're pulling something behind them.
Here.
It don't look like a skier. It might be some sort of inner tube or another boat or something. I don't know what they're doing, but it's a big cabin cruiser. A big top on it.
Mr. Bug says, I'd love to be able to go river fishing during the week or the weekends.
Yep. You're better off doing it during the week if you can. Avoid all the traffic and pleasure boaters and all that stuff. You can actually get more fishing done, more productive fishing done.
A lot less frustration.
A lot less frustrating.
It's like that, when I was talking about the fish underneath down there, doing the camera and all that, and back in the old, Stone Ages and how they did that. It made me think about that Fred Flintstone, where Fred Flintstone, how he drives his car, with his feet, or he runs his car with his feet, and all of a sudden his feet are like really red and hurting and just throbbing, and he says, do I need a doctor or a mechanic?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Mr. Bug says his daddy can't be left alone right now, so he can't do that.
Hate to hear that, buddy.
I feel like there's going to be a big one that's just like it's just going to be like really soon. Like something's just telling me that one of those is like really going to bend.
That's why we do it. The thrill of
having that feeling all the time, and then once in a while it actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you go out there and you fish for hours and hours to hold a catfish for mere seconds.
we'd like to hold several of them.
But you know what I'm saying? But you'd fish for hours, but you get to only hold the fish, for just a few seconds. I mean, it's all the experience. It's the
It's not the actually getting it. It's everything leading up to that point. That's all the excitement, I think.
yeah.
That's just the culmination of everything. All the preparing and the getting bait and picking out the right rod and the hooks and all that stuff. And then all the anticipation of getting up early and everything. Then you finally catch the fish. And it's like, all right. At least doing this, we just turn them loose.
Then it robs get rocked.
It's kind of like when we sing, rising up, back on the street.
Oh, boy.
Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last tiger stalks his prey in the night. And he's watching this all with the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, I knew the words.
Face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough, stuck and hungry.
This Chinese Ronder, you don't go back here.
They stack the odds till we take to the street.
They're poor skip.
Well, hi there, Mr. R. Hanson. How you doing? He said hello from New Jersey.
What's up, Mr. Hanson?
Well, hi there back to you, Mr. Fresno. How you doing, Mr. Steven? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hanson. He said, you go, girl. I can sing that whole entire song. I used to do dance.
We heard that song yesterday.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I used to do dance routines to that song.
Hey, they got a generator like ours.
Check out this old boat.
Sweet Pea. It's got air conditioning too.
What are they pulling? Oh, another boat.
A little skiff. It's their dinghy.
I want one of those.
Got a Honda on it.
And it has an air conditioning unit on top of it too.
Got an AC. Got a generator. They came to play.
So you said you heard that song or singing that song yesterday?
Yeah, we heard it on Pandora. We started talking about the story of Rocky, the movie Rocky. Sylvester Stallone wrote the movie, and he went to start taking it to producers, and nobody would run it. They told him it was stupid.
And he wanted to play the lead part.
Yeah, and he wanted to play the part, and then one of them finally agreed to it, but they didn't want him to be the actor, and they told him he talked funny, and nobody would watch it. And look at it now. Rocky turned out huge. Huh?
I wonder if that's what's going to happen to me. I talk funny.
You better start writing movie scripts.
No, I'm just going to do videos.
Oh, okay.
I own all the Rockies.
Yeah.
I actually also own. I've got two. They're I think they're 18 inches tall. I think they're still sealed in the original boxes, but it's the Rocky character, and that character. I don't know. It does like 20 different sayings from the movies in it.
Go, Adrian.
Yeah, and he moves. He's supposed to move like his arms up and down, like he's boxing, but he talks like 20 different sayings in that movie.
Huh.
Yeah, I bought it. I bought them a long time ago because I thought, you know what, there'd probably be a collector's item someday. And I said I really do like the Rocky movies, and so I like some of them better than the others.
Turns out you're the collector.
Yeah, I'm the one who bought, but I bought them when they were brand new. R. Hansen said, I saw the boat from the movie The African Queen in Florida. Really cool. Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
That had to have been really neat.
I don't think I've seen the movie.
African Queen?
I like the African Queen.
African Beauregard. It got like Academy Awards and stuff.
I love the ending of it too. War Pig says, checking back in. How's it going?
Still going. Like the Energizer Bunny. Fishing and fishing. No catching and catching.
But we talking and talking.
We've had some hits and had some bites, and we caught fish early, but nothing seems to be wanting to play with us.
When I talk, it's like the Energizer Bunny.
That's true.
Hi there, Miss Skipjack Cindy. How you doing, girl?
What's up, Sunday week? Could use some skipjack. The skipjack run this year was pretty pitiful.
No wind tomorrow. Calm. 1.
Calm?
2 o'clock or 10 o'clock. It's 2 mile an hour.
2 mile an hour.
What time's the tournament? Is?
1.
4 mile an hour. Then it peaks out at 1 o'clock.
Wow.
It's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I think this tournament runs from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. So we've played around with the length of the tournament over the last couple of years, and that really seems to be the sweet spot, right at that about 5 hours. We don't want to drag it out and where the kids are ready to go home and they just, whatever. It's something you got to think about when you introduce kids to fishing is you got to make it fun. And if they ain't having fun, you might as well forget it. If you plan on trying to, make a fisherman or a fisher lady out of them, you got to keep it fun, bring them games and things they could do on the boat, snacks. Snacks are almost just as important as bait.
Yeah, they definitely have to be entertained.
Talking about wood claws? Oh, where we normally do suspend?
Yeah, like when Chad's tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, drag that instead of suspend drift it.
Mr. Bug said that the African Queen is his favorite boggy movie.
We can. I'd like to suspend that first. Throw some big pair of socks out.
Yeah.
Just suspend it. If that don't work out, we can always come back the other way.
I mean, it's one of those movies that, there's not like a ton of action, like movies that nowadays that you'd say or whatever, but I liked it.
It's pretty rough.
Then again, I like old movies.
Ideal results. I haven't paid attention to the screen either. I don't know how many fish we're actually marking or seeing.
Well, right now we're not seeing it, but we've seen a few, but not Not the numbers we're looking for.
I actually watched The Sons of Katie Elder the other night.
All right, Dean Martin.
That's it. I like that movie. There's lots of, I like westerns though. I mean, there's,
Me too.
yeah.
John Wayne. Hard to beat.
Dog.
That like old westerns.
How many people, in their lifetime now is named their dog. Dog.
I name my animals people names.
Yeah, Fred and Barney.
Fred and Barney's my cats. I had a dog named Lewis. I had another dog named Margaret.
Huh.
Was there a Margaret that you just didn't like and you wanted to name a dog after?
Nope.
No.
I had 2 dogs named Yogi and Cindy once.
I had 2 Dobermans that were named Smokey and Bandit.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
They were my one was a blue Doberman. He was Smokey, and then the other one he was born with one eye, and so he was the one-eyed Bandit. So I had Smokey and the Bandit.
Man, I ain't watched that movie in a while either.
Lewis, I did name Lewis after somebody.
My
Lewis
little mini,
Burn-
my
Lewis
little mini,
Burn-
Lewis, wait.
Lewis Burnwell was his full name.
Where did the burn wheel come in?
It was a guy's middle name. Lewis Burnwell Puller was a guy's real name. Chesty Puller, they call it, like famous Marine. But his real name was Lewis Burnwell. So that's what I named my dog. Lewis. That's the
Aw.
smartest dog I ever had in my life.
What kind of dog was it?
So
A dog?
actually, the mother was a lab, and the father was a shepherd.
Huh.
But you couldn't really see the shepherd in him. His head shape, you could tell it wasn't 100% lab because his head looked boxy enough. But
So it was a leopard.
yeah, I went to I wanted we decided we wanted a dog, and I was a recruiter back then, and I went to this guy's house out in Arizona, and here come that little dog, man. There was several little pups, and so I was talking to him, and I was playing with the dogs while I was talking to him, and they said, "You want a pup?" And I said, "Yeah, I do, actually." So I took him home. That was
Aw.
the best dog I've ever owned. Smartest. Tell he had bird dog in him. He would catch birds in the backyard, but he wouldn't kill them.
Huh.
He'd
One
bring
of
them in, give them to our cat.
Oh, it's like taking care of his family. Honestly, one of the smart, I mean, I've owned lots of smart dogs, but one that kind of shocked me in a way, one of the smartest ones that I just didn't figure that they would be that smart was my bloodhound.
Never had a bloodhound.
I'm telling you, she was something else. My squirrel dog, who was a feist.
Mountain feist?
Huh?
Mountain feist?
Yeah, something like that. There's different ones. She was from Arkansas. But anyway, she actually taught my bloodhound how to tree squirrels. So I've got pictures of my bloodhound, sitting there at the base of a tree, up there just, baying up there at the tree. But a lot of people didn't know bloodhounds. They actually, that bloodhound ran faster than my lab. You think they're so clunky, but they run like a cheetah.
Roger was getting a hit over there, but
It had been tapping on that chicken as a piece of chicken, and
probably a little channel cat tapping on it.
yeah.
Maybe it's a War Pig. I used to own a Brittany. You're talking about a Brittany Spaniel? I used to have Brittany's when I used to go quail hunting. War Pig said, "I'll stick with my Brittany's. Good gun dogs." Yep. Brittany's actually beautiful dogs too, but as I said, I use them before we raised the 5,000 quail. I used to have the Brittany's to go out there to quail hunt with.
I was raised and I've always had Dobermans my whole life. My dad was a breeder, and then I've had a few different Dobermans since then from Dad, and I love Dobermans, man. They're so smart and loyal. Good dogs.
That's one breed. I've trained them, but I've never owned one.
Yeah.
I've had everything. Geez, Louise, I've had everything from, bird dogs to, in fact, like the Brittany's, the Bloodhound, the Basset Hound, the Beagles, Shepherds, Belgian Malinois, Dutch Shepherds, of course, the little Dachshunds, the cattle dogs, the healers. Golly, there's just been so many of them. Weimaraner. Matter of fact, a Weimaraner.
Oh, those are smart. Those are really smart dogs too. Those are good.
It really was until it wasn't this house, but it was the other house that we would lived in right before this house got built. And the farmer across the street, all of a sudden, that Weimaraner, something was scratching on the front door. And I went over there to open the door, and his foot was hanging off by like a thread. Oh. And yeah, that farmer across the street said that he was over there on his property and everything, and that dog never left. So I don't know what happened as far as, I don't know, but yeah, they couldn't reattach. Took him to the vet and they couldn't reattach his foot and everything. And yeah, that was a shame. That dog, just like you said, man, that dog was just smart and fast. Whew, Weimaraners are fast. Mr. Martin said, "Oh yeah, bounce off the walls." But you know what? When we'd have it in the house, because he was an inside and outside. But, normally he would just lay there right beside me until he was ready to go out. And then it was just bing, 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 It just was full of raring to go.
They're one of the main ingredients in Dobermans. Doberman's a mixture of several breeds, but that's one of the main ingredients. Dobermans were bred in Germany as tax collectors. They were bred for intelligence and speed. So back then they would go try to collect taxes. They would go door to door, and people would try to sneak out the back. They would send the Dobermans around back to wait for somebody to try to come out the back, and they would just grab them and hold them until the officers got around to them. That's what their actual purpose was for, why they were bred for intelligence and speed.
Yeah, believe it or not, I actually knew that. I looked that up on Wikipedia once.
Did you really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I did a back in school you had to do like reports and stuff. Well, I did reports on the breed, for Dobermans, and just so I could bring my dogs to school. And I bring the dogs to school and stuff. Oh.
Mr. Martin said his very first dog was called Dog after John Wayne.
Oh, there
he goes. There he goes.
Hey, y'all. I said I could feel one coming.
Come on.
No way.
Yeah, I think we're in a bunch of little ones is what it amounts to.
You see him take off with it?
Yeah.
It hit it the first time. It took off and just started shooting across the water. That's why I yelled, "Oh!" Then it stopped. And it took off again. I thought maybe he had it. Was running towards me.
You know, I did all that feeling then for nothing.
Yep.
It's okay. I'm sure another feeling will come about. Mr. J Dog said, unfortunately, the J Dog breed are not very smart breeds.
Bluegill.
Chunk of bluegill.
Oh, SpongeBob that thing.
Buy your books, Mr. J Dog, and send you to school, and you just still ain't learned.
Yeah, let's do a fresh one. I don't know how much farther he's wanting to go.
Not too much farther. We're about out of. I mean, I don't know how far it is.
That was just too funny. You crack me up, Mr. J Dog.
It's a small one. Oh yeah, here, put this whole one on there. The little guy. Here you go, bud. Oh. Oh. Put out whatever you want. I just look really inviting.
I agree.
Well, I got a lot of stuff over here on my side.
Is it still chilly out there?
No, this is getting ready to come off right now.
Oh.
Start to warm up a little bit. Here comes the barge. I don't think we'll be in its way.
Well, let me know when you start to take it off, and I'll do the music for you.
Oh yeah, get the dollar bills ready.
Y'all get your dollar bills out.
I'd probably make more money if I started out naked and they'd pay me to put my clothes back on.
Take it off. Take it off. No, put it back on.
Let's see some money in the chat box if you're ready for him to take all that off.
That is not going to work.
Not if you're wanting to make money, I doubt it.
I appreciate the effort, but that's not going to help.
All right, I'm peeing for number 7, time number 7.
$5 to keep it on. Keep it on.
Da na 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 na.
That is not the stripper music. It's cherry pie.
She's my cherry pie, sweet tater.
Where's all these bubbles coming from?
Why is your yellow foam?
Pro tip for you: do not wash your hands in the yellow foam.
No.
Chris Souders taught us that one.
If your buddy's at the front of the boat peeing, don't wash your hands at the back of the boat.
That's good advice.
At 7 times I had to pee today.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this dude. He's got the bladder of a 3-year-old today.
Yeah, but thing is, I'm peeing a lot.
He's peed 7 times since we get
Boat ramp.
Yeah, since we met at the boat ramp 5:30 this morning. 7 times.
Well, you're supposed to pee.
Not like that. He's gonna be dehydrated like a prune here in a little bit.
Yeah, but as long as your pee ain't getting a certain color, you're okay.
It's been normal.
Y'all, here it comes. Here it comes, y'all. There we go.
It's like 0 to naked in 30 seconds here.
Ain't nobody putting any dollar bills in the chat box.
I told you that wasn't going to work.
Take it off. Take it off. Put it back on.
We're running the Vanceburg mix.
Yep.
I'm going to leave this shirt on.
Unless you got a better idea.
I really don't.
Mr. Eric says pay money to keep them on.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought.
We're not full of fuel either, so it's going to be running. I mean, it's not that bad.
Got another barge coming.
It's not very deep in the water. It's up real high, so it must be pretty empty.
Did we lose Becca again?
No, I'm right
Possibly.
here.
Oh. It was just uncommon for you to be quiet that long.
That's kind of mean.
I just thought maybe I lost you again.
600 feet. Or
No, my mind was focused on something.
naked.
Oh, me getting naked? I'm sorry. Put that in your head. I apologize.
I just wanted to start singing, I can bring him the bacon fried up in a pan.
What?
I don't know. When you were taking that off, that's just the song that came to mind. Except I was going to change it to, I can bring home the bacon, fry it up in a pan, and never let you forget I'm a man. Oh. There's a lot of people watching, but not many people chatting.
Well, that's all right. A lot of people, we know a lot of people are watching while they work. And they're like Mr. Zach here. He'll take us and turn us on and put us in his pocket
Put it here in my left breast pocket.
and just
I
listen.
can listen and
He
jump in
hears,
when I need to.
he hears, oh. He gets the phone out and looks.
Wait a minute. Do I need to start playing a different song for he can turn us on?
Come on, fishies.
We're last 600 feet.
That little boy in the video is like, come on, fishies. Come on, fishies. Take the freaking bait. Except it ain't freaking.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not exactly how that goes.
Oh, there we go. That worked. Middle
Oh,
board.
Mr. Martin, he loves border collies. Yeah.
Oh.
Border collies are actually
Got
very.
going on here.
Oh.
Middle board getting banged.
You sound like Horseshack.
Sure, I sound like horse shit.
Horseshack.
Welcome back, Bob.
Well, he says ass is ice. I thought maybe shit was shat.
No. Oh, that little man that goes, ooh. Mr. Cocktear. Mr. Martin says we'll need a refund.
Yeah.
Mr. Buggy says heading for the bluegill hole. Be watching.
All right, buddy. Have fun. Be careful. They were biting on the bluegill earlier, but if we run down to our next spot, it's a quite the little drive.
Yeah, it takes us a while to get down there. Okay.
Well, before y'all go, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in there because after he went a while ago, now I gotta go pee. So I'll be right back.
You go right ahead.
Fine.
We got 500 feet left on this drag. Can we catch a fish in 500 feet?
There's fish down there.
As you guys can see, the barge going by Zach's side of the boat.
It's that way.
If you can't see it yet, you will, because it'll be.
A.B. York. Name of the ship. He ain't making a big waves at all.
Say Florida. See where the
Yeah, that's Florida Marine. That must be the company.
Yeah.
Duh.
Somebody turned the heat on.
Get some protection on my ears.
Shit. Yeah, this pace ain't gonna help you guys tomorrow much.
Check the flow. It's exactly what it was. Look at it, mate. Grabbing big time now.
Yeah.
He would have liked to have been over here, I'm sure, earlier. Wait for the Baptist.
Is that an eagle flying over there?
I saw that.
It's really big, though. I don't
We've
see
seen
it.
eagles. We've seen eagles over there.
Give me the fishies. Take the bait. So whenever we switch areas again, the next area we're going to target is some deep water. There's some big flats next to deep water. There's big mussel beds. So our preferred method is to suspend drift over it with the flow. But if there's no flow down there, they're only letting 11,000 out the dam. So and we're already several miles from the dam, and we're getting ready to go several more. But that depends on what they're letting out the dam below. If they're letting water out down below, then water will be pulling. So our preferred method will be suspend drift, but if we can't, we'll do this. We'll drag, which is a-okay. I like dragging. Keeps
We can suspend with the trolling motor too. You know, go with the current.
Yeah.
It's not enough that hopefully we can throw those big drift socks up. It'll be enough.
Okay, I'm back.
Yay!
Yeah, I had to go.
Oh.
I went and did that, but you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't have
yeah.
that foam that y'all talked about.
What is it?
I said I didn't have that foam that y'all talked about. My water.
You didn't have no foam?
No, I didn't have much current in my toilet.
Or you didn't flush it first?
Oh, is that what I need to do? Flush it beforehand?
Yeah.
I've been doing that wrong all these years.
Oh my goodness! I bet you sit on it with your feet facing forward instead of facing the tank too, don't you?
Yes. Good gracious.
Well, you know, if you sit on it backwards, you could put your phone right there on the back of the tank.
You can have a little snack while you're eating.
Or read a book. Yeah, you can even have a little plate there and have a snack.
Yeah, that's my dream right there. Eating while I'm on the toilet.
Out with the old and in with the new.
That's right. I mean, at least you're already there. I mean, once it starts going back out after it comes in.
Oh, Oh, Zach's getting hit on two different boards at the same time. Let me just turn the phone this way towards Zachary. He's getting all the action right now.
But I did go make me some ice cold lemonade.
I love lemonade.
I know, especially when it's ice cold. It's so good. I love eating that stuff. It is really good. It's so tangy.
Yeah.
It's sweet, a little bit tangy. Good for a warm summer day. And good to wash down the apple cider vinegar.
That's disgusting.
That's the first time I've actually coughed when I've taken it this time. Or choked a little bit.
You gagged on it?
I did. And I usually don't do that. Usually I try not to let it, because it's not good for the enamel on your teeth. So I try to just like down it without like letting it hit anything like my tongue or my teeth or anything. I just kind of like down it.
Straight down the throat.
Yeah, exactly.
Sling them back.
Yes, I sling back the apple cider vinegar.
That's disgusting.
Because I said it's not good for the enamel on your teeth. And so I quickly go ahead and drink something. I guess that would be called a, what would you call that? Chaser. So I chase it down with some ice cold lemonade. But there really are so many health benefits with that. Does anybody out there in the chat box, do any of y'all take apple cider vinegar?
Nope, just you. Well, we had some action there for a second on two of my boards. It was getting banged on, but
I think we're just in a bunch of small fish. There's channel cats, probably. He said there's a lot of channels in this area.
they're usually over closer to the bank.
There's no flow. They're everywhere. It's one of the bad things about not having flow. When you got high flow, the fish are kind of predictable where they're going to be at. They're clinging to structure, inside bends, eddies, things like that. When you have no flow like this, they pretty much can roam and scatter everywhere. It doesn't really narrow them down to any one thing or anything at all. They're just scattered about everywhere.
Well, do y'all have any like oars or paddles on your boat?
I'm sure we have one.
Can you like put it in the water and make your current?
You don't have a paddle on the boat? You have to use it legally. I'm pretty sure you do.
Secondary source. Power for motivation. There it is. That's the way I read it. And it's all by size and all that kind of crap.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I was just trying to make a joke, but I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I thought by law we had to have a paddle, but he's saying as long as we have a secondary.
Well, technically, you got one. Mr. Zach can hold you over like y'all are going to play wheelbarrow, and you can doggy paddle.
I don't think so.
Mr. Eric says, "Oh, Zach, no paddle." But as I said, he said he read the rule book.
This is an old one, but
that probably never hasn't changed.
boat operators.
Well, I guess this is a good time to sit there and see if it's in there. Or to read.
I had a paddle. I think I still got it there, but that's why I didn't not run one. 16 feet, but less than 26.
Mr. Warpig says, "Did y'all hit the twins yet?"
Oh, we're not, I don't even know where. Oh, no.
Okay, gotta have a type B1 park temperature. Visual distress signal on Lake Erie. Visual distress signal, all flares. I got that.
Flares or a flag. A distress flag, I think, works too.
Okay, I've also got sound signaling device. I got a whistle. Okay, here's the lights, ventilation, backfire, muffling. I don't see anything on here about
An or.
no required equipment for boats.
Yeah, it's got a chart in the back of the Ohio boating guide. It's got a chart. And you go over and it's got everything you need on left, and then it goes by size, and then it has dots on all the categories you need to have. So you find your boat size, and then you go down and see what all has dots in it, and that's what you have to have. But it's not lit. Oh, you're bored, you're bored, you're bored. And it stopped.
The fish calling.
I think that fish is still on there.
There's Sunfish for Fish. How you doing? He said, here, fishy, 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 fishy. Mr. Eric says, I hope you don't go up creek with no paddle.
Is he there? Is anybody home?
What kind of bait was on that one? A bluegill. Is he on there?
Yeah, he's on there.
Back here.
Sunfish, I ain't seen Miss Jody.
Yeah.
Long, yeah. Long and skinny. Why didn't y'all tell me my phone's crooked?
Well, it hadn't been.
I probably just when I turned it sideways for y'all to
Yeah.
see his fishies.
He's trying to nut me. He's trying.
That fish there was sucking a tournament because he had the length but not the girth.
No, but I still like him. He's got a pretty color to him. Look at those
Roll
big
the
old
fence.
eyeballs.
He's skinny and it's a male. He's already done his business, I think.
Now he's just trying to rest. He's been worn out.
He's trying to eat up, feed back up, get his energy back.
Sunfish says we are headed out to Possum Kingdom tonight. Holy, we're not late for this spawn. No, they're spawning now.
That one looks like he's already done spawning.
Me, your picture. Oh, there goes another fish.
Oh my! Oh my!
Oh, can you turn the camera around towards him? He had
Yep,
it turned
I will.
around.
Did you hear that? You hear the
That
drag?
thing was rip and drag.
He ain't even that big.
He's a little fish too.
There we go.
I think.
Mr. Brandon says, listening while stuffing my face on lunch. Unfortunately, no better cheaters. Those do sound good, don't they, Mr. Brandon?
Pressure on him while I'm doing this. either. Guy?
He's flipping around. He's flipping an awful lot of fish.
Sunfish, I ain't seen you lately with Mr. Brian. Are y'all still hanging out?
He got the net.
We like it when the net comes out.
Woo-wee.
It's number 8.
Oh, look at that one.
Get y'all turned this way a little bit.
Do y'all want to guess what that one weighs? If y'all do, start guessing. So I'll know whether to tell them to weigh it or not. War Pig says, tighten your drag, LOL.
Yeah.
$11.5.
That's pretty accurate. I was going to say 10 and a half.
Good.
Sunfish says about 8 pounds.
Wait, 11.
11.
It just clicked. I don't know what it says.
Super
11.08.
Smurf says 7.2. War Pig says 9.11.
11.08.
11.08. Dang, that's a good one.
Are we at the end? I heard it beeping. I don't know if that's just a...
Yep, we're real close.
Catfish and Dream
24
says
feet.
22 pounds. Camera adds weight.
Yeah.
Wow, then there's a reason I don't like to be up on camera.
All right, I'm just leaving a point in that direction. I haven't sent you your picture yet.
We got much over action. In this little bit here.
War Pig wants to know, was that a male or a female?
I didn't even look.
I didn't pay attention. The one I caught was a male, and he'd already spawned. That one, I'm not sure. I didn't look at it that close.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, Mr. War Pig. And also, thank you for being a member, War Pig. Sure do appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
Go just a little further. Just got one. Give you time to get that all cleaned up.
Gosh, the stupid late droppers. At least that one. You know, whiskey, tangled.
It don't say anything about a supplementary motivational device or anything. I thought it
It
did.
don't say anything about anything, does it?
No,
Look, that it's
it
been a
didn't.
while, and then they all of a sudden get 2 right in a row.
Now, anchor. Yeah, we have to have an anchor in line. Running lights. Or a torch.
That's another one a lot of people don't pay attention to is their anchor. Like, oh, I just spot lock. I don't even put an anchor on the boat. Well, legally, you have to. You got to at least have it on the boat, whether you want to use it or not. Legally, you're supposed to have an anchor on the boat.
Yeah, what happens if your thing goes down, you know? So you have to have some way to stop yourself.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see anything about.
I don't have any idea if that was chicken or bluegill or what.
What happens if you're so deep, though, that, I mean, your anchor can't go to the bottom?
You're supposed to have enough rope.
Part of page 6.
I like that shirt. Catfishing machines.
Yeah, it's my Mad Catz do.
Yes. Anchors.
That one, what you said Mr. Zach's was caught on bluegill. What was yours caught on?
We don't know. Can't remember. We can't remember. I think it was on chicken, but I'm not for sure. I just put chicken on it though.
I know. I know everybody does that.
Yeah, I don't say nothing about having a paddle or any kind of secondary. I can't find it.
Catfishing Dream says, I highly suggest to new boaters take the NASBLA license course. A lot of great information as well as insurance discount.
Yeah, there's no regulation that I can find in this thing about that.
And Catfishing Dream says, War Pig wants the fish porn. And what War Pig said is, let's figure out the spawn, guys. Spread the wealth of your info. Spread the wealth of the info you're catching. Eggs, no eggs, sores, etc., etc.
No sores. One fish had one sore fin, but his chin wasn't tore up. So he was real thin, like he's been spawning, but his chin, normally it's their mouth and chin that gets tore up pretty good, and their outside fins, pectoral fins. But he had a pectoral fin that was tore up, but his chin and belly and stuff looked okay. So can't really. Ones we caught earlier weren't tore up. What? What are you giggling about?
I was just thinking about the human version and trying to describe it like that.
Don't.
I wonder. Never mind. Y'all don't want to know what I'm wondering. War Pig said, there we go.
I got you, Bill.
He got your back.
We can't be the educational show of the year if we don't share our knowledge.
Y'all do share a lot of knowledge.
Try.
If y'all don't get educational show of the year, something's wrong.
There's a lot of good channels out there. I mean, we were up against some good channels. I felt that it was, I mean, for us to even be nominated, you got to think of the channels we were nominated against. I think Peter Melhorn was one.
Yeah, he's top notch.
How many thousands of subscribers does he have?
And he makes a lot of videos. He puts out a lot of content, a lot of effort.
For me and Jeremy to get nominated with 1,500 subscribers, I thought it was pretty daggone good.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Or wait a minute, he does a podcast, doesn't he?
He also does a podcast, and he puts that out on YouTube also.
Yeah, I know he does the content, but I don't think he's got like a weekly show. I think he does the podcast, right?
Yeah, but he puts out, a lot of times he puts out 2 videos a week. And he does a lot of like studies and data collection, and he shares all that stuff. He does a lot, man. I'm telling you. Dieter does a bunch.
Yeah, I was just talking about like a show, like a weekly show. You know.
I don't know if you count the podcast as a weekly thing.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if they count. I'm not sure if they count that in the.
You could ask Kevin. He could probably
Yeah.
shed some light on it.
And Catfish and Dream says, heck, I forgot more than I've learned from all these great channels and people.
That's same here.
Mhm.
There's Mr. Justin's Fish and Feedish. How you doing, Mr. Justin? And War Pig says, you guys do great. I think so.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I really do. I really do learn a lot. And I mean, I'm not afraid to admit that watching this show right here, it's really made me really want to get out there and really, try these monster ones. I've got like the bug, the itch, the desire now, and so I'm going to go out and do it.
I remember not too long ago, Becca saying,
So we fill you with desire. Is that what you're saying?
"Oh my,
Yes, y'all fill me with nothing but desire.
that was pretty good."
That was hilarious. I make me laugh.
He made it funny.
You crack me up. Catfish and Dream says, I learned a ton from Roger, Zach, Skip, and Justin. Catfish and Dream says, well, there goes the show.
Here we go down that avenue again.
War Pig says, OMG. Well, if you're going to have a desire, you might as well, have the right one.
We're getting ready we're reeling everything up. We're going to go for a little ride. It's kind of a long one.
Woohoo, y'all, it's time to ride.
Got to get everything in.
We'll turn the camera around, face it forward this time. You guys can see where we're going.
We're fixing to, yep, 'tis is true. That's what Mr. Catfish and Dream said. That's right. I mean, I've got a lot of desires, but this is one that I've never had before I started watching, their show. Because I've always just fished. I mean, I've never targeted like monster fish. I've just caught fish. I have caught some big fish, but I've never like targeted, specifically. And the more I watch the show and everything, the more and that's why I think I ask so many questions, because the more I'm like a sponge, I just like to soak it all up.
Come here and use small baits, small hooks.
Might be all right.
And do better. Set up like Lake Erie.
War Pig says, Roger, make a gill flapper. Let's see what it gets.
All right. Well, we're getting ready to move, so as soon as we get there, that's what we'll do.
Well, y'all gonna have to tell me what a gill flapper is, because the thing I'm thinking in my head's probably not what it is.
Small stuff. Small hooks.
Flappers, like you start at the tail and you flay up towards the head on both sides of the spine, or just one side of the spine.
It gives the bait more action back there,
And more scent.
and it gets more scent out faster. It won't last as long, but it has advantages.
Oh, okay.
One of those is that little blue gill. Okay, go.
I was thinking something I won't tell you what I was really thinking, but another thought went through my head about, how like a dog sticks his face out of the winders, and their big cheeks, they flap out and they blah, 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 like that. That's what it makes me think of. War Pig says, king of baits.
I like my fillets. I haven't actually run a fillet today.
It's off.
But I really am. I'm looking forward to getting over there and start fishing that river over there where I'm going to be at.
Should be right
Just
down here.
what all I can, what all I can bring in. Finally
I
get
didn't
to
take
use
them off,
some of these
though.
rods that I bought
I think you took them off.
and these brand new
I'll put
reels
them up
that
here
are still in my
between the cooler
boxes.
I put them right here when I take them off.
Even all these rods that I bought are still in the tubes.
How they get under the cooler?
They ain't out of the tubes yet.
There's a gap right there.
Well, I got one of them out of the tubes. I got the Golly Whopper rod out of the tube. Mr. Justin Johnson.
I'm just going to go real slow up through here. The shallower stuff.
We just found out that Mr. Justin Johnson watches our show weekly. Or almost
Oh,
weekly.
really?
Yep.
Yeah, I like Mr. Justin. I love watching, his live streams and his stuff as well. I don't always get to be in there every single time, but
Right up there.
I do. I have one of his Golly Whopper rides, and then Chunky sent me one of his rides, and then I've got the Muddy River. I think I got 6 of those Muddy River rides, and anyway, just on and in. There's a Greenwell back in the house. He said, back to work. No, I'm sorry. He said back for lunch. What's the count? They got 2 more, Mr. Mike, just a few minutes ago. So that makes them up to 8.
I'm going to go ahead and mute ourselves. We're going to take a run. You guys enjoy.
Okie dokie. And War Pig says back to work. Good fishing, y'all. You have a blessed day at work, Mr. Bill. And thank you for hanging out. Hope to see you back. Hey there, Mr. Paul Edmiston. How you doing? What didn't you mean to do? Oh, I see now. I had to go over to YouTube to see that. I see now. I had to go over to the YouTube side. Well, I'm sure Mr. Bill, he probably understands that it happens sometimes, especially when you're on your phones and you hit a bump or, I've heard people that have had their phones in their pockets that happens to. And he was on his way back to work. Came outside and I could see my phone. It was too dark. Couldn't see my phone. It was too dark. I do that outside too when I'm there's times even if I try to shade it like with my body or something, I still can't see my phone. He might not have seen it, Mr. Mike. That's true. I need to go over there to the sink and get me some water out of there because I don't want to do it with the lemonade. Give me some water and make little splashing motions on my face like I was really out there, and the water comes out there and kind of just puts that mist up on your face. There was somebody the other day that posted on Facebook that I was just looking at the clouds up there. They posted a picture they went outside and they took a picture of these clouds, and it really does look like it's like a big piece of either more like a skipjack. I probably could be a bluegill or something, kind of like the shape of a skipjack. And that's one cloud. And then the cloud that's coming up behind it looks like a big old fish with his mouth open, like going right towards that, right towards that skipjack. It was this, I loved that picture. I make pictures out of clouds. I've done it ever since I was a little girl. And but that was really a neat picture. I mean, it is very defined. You can definitely see it. I think it was definitely a sign that a big one's to come. This is a good time for everybody. If you need to go get you something to drink, or if you need to go tinkle or potty or anything like that, go let your doggies out, or grab you a bite to eat, have you a little snack. This is one of those perfect opportunities. Make you some popcorn. I figured you was just keeping the bait secret. Hey there, Miss Missy. How you doing, girl? She says, mowing 3 acres and listening, learn to mow and fish at the same time. Oh, I love it, girl. I do that too. I'm on, when I get on the mower, I usually have my earbuds in. The only thing though is I will tell you, Miss Missy, I don't know if you do this, but I used to do it before talking to this. I have a neighbor here that she was a runner, and she used to always put her phone like in her sports bra or her bra or whatever she was wearing right there. She would put that, over one of her breasts to hold her phone while she was, because she wore the earbuds and she was listening as she was running and stuff. And do you know that I don't know if this is coincidental or if it really is a thing. I'm not sure, but she developed a spot of cancer right there where that phone always was. Same spot, other side, nothing. It's in that one spot where she always had her phones. And, so she quit wearing them in her, obviously she quit wearing that, like in that sports bra or the bra or thing. And she was telling me about it. And, so I quit wearing it in the same way. I still do wear my earbuds. She says she don't even do that anymore, but I still do wear my earbuds. I just try to keep it like in my pocket or something like that instead of, up there. Mr. Catfish and Dream says, we are presently traveling at an altitude of 0 at a speed of 40 miles per hour. There is no food service or attendance on this ride. Please fasten all PFDs and clench the buttocks while on plane trimmed up. Hey there, Mr. Gene. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. They're just taking a little move. So far, they've caught 8 of them. 6 right before the stream started, and 2 just a few minutes ago. That is funny, what Mr. Brandon said. Presently traveling, and I was trying to say it like I would think they'd do it over the intercom. I probably don't say it as well as Mr. Brandon would say it. It is. I do love how they that just glides over the water like that. I know boats are made to do that, but when you think of the overall of it, how amazing that is. How it just sits there and glides. Missy says, well, Becca, when you don't have hardly nothing to hold the phone, you put it in the pop holder. I even tried that. I put it in my zero turn. I've got my my Coke little hole there, but I noticed that when I was going like to mow into the ditch, I looked over and I was like, what is that shining on the ground, like in the ditch? And I'll be danged if that phone didn't pop out of that little holder and it was laying there. I almost mowed over my own phone. So I try not to even keep it in that. I don't know if it's just because of my spot here, with it. And maybe it's because I was going down up and down into the ditch and back up. I'm not sure if that's what popped it out. But I've had some when I'm mowing around some of these crepe myrtles and just other things. I've had those like grab it too out of that little holder. And because my phone's a little too wide to actually sit down in the little hole. So I kind of have to lay it on its side. But yeah, I have almost mowed over it a couple times. So after that, I just started keeping it in my pocket there. I was just telling you, just in case, you tried to put it up there next to your breasts, that might, you never know, that might happen. So.
All right, change of plans. So it doesn't look like we're having enough gas because I said it was a long run down to the next spot. We're worried about if we got enough gas to get all the way down there and back. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull the boat out. Because of the dam's only run 11,000, we're going to run up to the dam. So we're going to pull the boat out. We're going to shut her down for a little bit. We're going to go get some gas, and we're going to run all the way up to the dam, put the boat back in, and get up there and set up. And if y'all want, we can come back on live. Just make sure your bell notification's on, and we'll be back on here. I'd say it'd take us about an hour maybe to get out of here, get gas, get over there, and get down up there. Probably about an hour.
That sounds good.
Our gas stations weren't open this morning.
Yeah, we got started really early. The gas stations weren't open. They have gas here at the marina, but I don't know what it takes to get gas here. And we all know that's going to be like 3 times higher than normal gas. The fish bite out here hasn't been extraordinary, so we're going to try to get towards the dam. They're wanting to do this for recon too, to see if this is a good place to take Peyton tomorrow for their kids challenge. So that's what we're going to do.
Let me drop that real quick. Y'all, I'm dropping the reminder for y'all to set your reminders for the Catfishing for Kids tournament, which is this Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here, y'all, on Muskrat Adventures. So make sure you set that. And I did want to tell you one thing that Catfishing Dreams put in the chat box while y'all were moving. He said, we are presently traveling at an altitude of 0 at a speed of 40 miles per hour. There is no food service or attendance on this ride. Please fasten all PFDs and clench the buttocks while on plane trimmed up.
That's pretty accurate. We run about 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
All right, guys, I'm going to shut her off. We're going to get loaded up and go get the heck out of here. So, thank you guys for tuning in and turning bell notifications on. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Becca.
Uh-huh.
Where's my down since we got through lunch?